Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Mexico is far and away the world's largest producer and exporter of avocados, and the U.S. relies heavily on it for supply. And that's why this is a worry. The U.S. has suspended government activities in the Mexican state that accounts for roughly 3/4 of the country's avocado production. The move directly impacts the U.S. Department of Agriculture's regulatory officials responsible for authorizing exports. The duration of the suspension was not immediately made clear. Today we get more insight into the U.S. labor market, including the government measure of U.S. worker productivity in this year's April to June quarter. Productivity growth should remain subdued as hours worked rose nearly as quickly as output. The year-over-year pace should also step down from its elevated rate at the start of the year. Today we also get the monthly measure of layoff notices from Challenger, Gray & Christmas and the Labor Department's weekly tally of new unemployment claim filings. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at progressive.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Your favorite power hitter, pocket-sized. All fans receive a Wawa Kyle Schwarber bobble figurine on Friday, August 21st when the Phils take on the Cardinals at 6:40. Visit Phillies.com for tickets now. Spend the afternoon with Phillies legends for Toyota Phillies Alumni Day on Sunday, August 9th at 1:35 when the Phils take on the Blue Jays. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Thursday, August 6th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. 855-839-1210, that is the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers. And yes, for the first time in perhaps a month, maybe 6 weeks, the Fox News Double Dip Thursday returns. Rich Zioli, 7:45. Jimmy Fallon, 8:30. We're kicking off a new season.
Yes.
Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Survived those loud storms last night.
Well, I literally fell asleep at like 9. I was in bed dozing off at 9:30, and I heard kaboom, and I jumped out of bed. I was horrified. I thought something fell on my house, and it was just a storm. Hello, Gregory.
Today on Kayal and Company. Can Nick, Dawn, and Greg top yesterday's show? Will the cut sheet set a new time record? How many YouTube chatters will Greg call out live on air? Will Rich be live streaming from the back of a limo or a coat closet at Fox News Studios? Will Jimmy join the crew for a few laughs? Will the Fight Club submission be a Stam special? Will the fight be in a fast food joint or a carnival cruise? Will Jimmy Kelly be able to top his previous Fight Club intros? Will H-Share bring down the house as usual? And will Dawn continue to Trump-splain? Find out right now on Kayal and Company.
Wow. Woo!
Is that like a
nice
Christopher Nolan movie trailer teaser? That was theatrical. Nice work, Newman.
Woo!
Prediction markets Fauci and Polymarket have long garnered a reputation for allowing users to make all kinds of ethically dubious bets, from the outcomes of deadly conflicts to raging wildfires. The New York Times reports this morning that Fauci will even allow users to bet on whether clinical trials for potentially life-saving drugs will succeed.
What? This is deemed immoral? Really? Smart people or people that think they're smart trying to forecast the way something will play out in real time?
But to researchers, it's yet another morally bankrupt concept that could put real people in danger. There's even risk that those enrolled in these trials could choose to drop out if the markets were to bet against a positive outcome. Turning loose a betting market in an ongoing randomized clinical trial really is a breach of scientific conduct, said Robert Califf, who served as the FDA commissioner in the Biden administration, who told the New York Times. Fauci first announced his biotech prediction markets pilot program last month. The same day, it's for all you ethical people out there, President Donald Trump's teleprompter guy was busted for winning more than $100,000 on Fauci by betting on what he would say.
Yeah, we talked about that, remember?
Yeah. The company argued in the announcement, a bunch of morally, ethically bankrupt individuals.
Well, that's kind of... That, to me, is like the equivalent of insider trading on the stock market. You can't have that.
The company argued in the announcement that a publicly listed contract on a trial of regulatory outcomes produces a continuously updated public probability that reflects the weight of the evidence rather than the preferred messaging of the trial sponsor. In a statement to the New York Times, spokesperson Jack Such argued that those bets wouldn't undermine research integrity, but instead cut through the hype surrounding biotech companies and the drugs they're working on. But those enrolled in the drug trials were left appalled by the news. We're literally trying to stay alive, metastatic pancreatic cancer patient Walter Ingriaro told the New York Times. It's not a game. The introduction of gambling into the process really creates an ethical mess.
Yeah.
In an opinion piece by The Guardian, Boston University humanities professor Josh Peterson talked about how his 12-year-old son has a very aggressive tumor growing inches below his heart. If Fauci has its way, you could soon be able to bet on health treatments that could be essential to his survival. While choosing a trial for his son's cancer was a terrifying experiment for which we feel ill-prepared, turning to a prediction market instead of our extremely qualified team of oncologists feels preposterous. In short, it's yet another example of prediction markets crossing a moral boundary by gamifying things with real-world consequences.
Well, number one, I think this is going to eventually end up in the Supreme Court of the United States. And number two, it's just so hypocritical that government or politicians or those that are in different branches of government would have an issue with this when they all have no morals and they all line their pockets. By the way, for those who have never been on Fauci or Polymarket or downloaded either of the apps, I mean, you can trade, which is a nice word for wager or gamble or bet on, pretty much anything. Elections, politics, sports, crypto, culture, mentions, economics, commodities, finance. You can wager on things with the climate, tech, and science. I feel bad for those who think about this. If you're a sports fan and you like to bet on sports, you get your fix. If you're a news, politics, current events, culture junkie, and you pay attention to this stuff, you should be able to profit off of it if you are somebody who's smart and can read the tea leaves. I don't understand the problem with this. I thought this was America. I thought we lived in a capitalist nation where, you know what? Everybody go get theirs if you have the means and the ability to do so. I don't like where this is heading. This is becoming a very popular trend where everybody's like, oh, the doom and gloom of the prediction markets. Stop. Come on. Just let people gamble. We got casinos in every block in the city. People can play slot machines. Requires no skill. By the way, what is in my Kalshi account? 0. Lost a few of those. Anywho.
0.0.
Yep.
You are morally bankrupt.
And I admit it.
Yeah.
I admit it. I like to gamble. I like to drink. I like to run my mouth.
Right.
I am not a good Christian, but I try. All right. So we have a lot to get to today.
We're all sinners, Nick.
That is correct. That is correct.
Well, I noticed Stensland was very quiet on that. So, like, if there's a clinical trial for something that could save your kid, you cool with people betting on it, Stensland? Because, it's capitalism.
Well, nobody's going to. But here's the thing.
It's not against the law. I mean,
how's that going to impact the kid or the doctor?
Well, like
you think the doctor's going to look at Kalshi before he cuts you open?
No. Like they said, people could drop out to make money on it, right? Of the clinical trials, the clinical trial fails because of people.
I'm not saying you don't need some sort of guardrails and I'm not a big regulation guy, but I mean some basic parameters would be nice.
Look, the sleaziest thing,
like Trump's teleprompter guy.
Hedge fund. Think about what hedge funds do. Mm-hmm. They bet against the fact that we might be successful.
Yeah.
And so to me, it's just a hedge fund. It's just another name for a hedge. It's a hedge bet.
You hedge your bet. That's right.
So
you're doing a few of those this fall.
I mean, Michael has been part of clinical studies at different hospitals because of T1D and whatever during the pandemic. They choose you, and usually you have some connection. So hopefully you're a good person and you have some skin in the game with hoping that it's a good study.
Yeah.
On a serious note.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I agree. All right, we have a lot to get into. The big take today, the perfect socialist storm. And yesterday, all sorts of right of center pro-Trump individuals starting this mass conversation that kind of took over social media on the affordability crisis in this country. We're going to get into that, as well as two other factors that I think are leading to the rise of, as Road Warrior said to me last night on X, you guys are doing them a favor by calling it socialism. It is communism. Don't help them out with the sales pitch. So I will try to course correct and flip everything from socialist to communist moving forward, because he's the general manager of the radio station. I like to keep my job, and then I also want my tires pumped up next July. We'll get to all of that today. Plus, again, the return of Zioli. We have the return of Jimmy Fallon. We have the cut sheet. And also, Anthony Fauci's lawyer fires back at Aaron Rodgers. And the state of Florida is pursuing Tony Fauci for the money he made during the pandemic and the money he's made since the pandemic. We'll get into that and much more. And then one on the culture front with schools and education. A big pivot as elementary teachers starting to reverse course on screens being the method of educating, as opposed to what we used to call back in the day textbooks. We'll get to that as we continue. But first, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:10. Here is the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. It's Thursday morning. We're already at 78-ish degrees. It's muggy. It's humid, heating up into the low 90s on this August the 6th, Thursday morning. So we'll take you to this story. This is Prospect Park Police Department, and they're searching for this guy, for this man who committed an indecent assault on a little girl inside a Dollar Tree. So 2 little girls walk in, the big sister, the little sister. This actually did happen Monday, August 3rd, and they're putting out the video of this guy, more information of this guy, surveillance type video to try to catch this guy. So it happened inside this Dollar Tree, which is the 700 block of Chester Pike, according to police. I'll say the girls are both safe and physically not injured, but police say the composure of the big sister, because it's really the story of 2 sisters. This guy goes in and exposes himself, inappropriately fondles, touches this girl, and then she has the presence of thought to get away from this guy. He corners her and grabs her sister and goes into the bathroom and locks the door and gets help. And so in this one, that's what they're saying. She did everything that she could do. All her thought was to protect her little sister because she thought he was going to abuse both girls. Just a really sicko situation. So police putting that word out and talking about it, that talk to your kids, maybe not let, younger kids go into a dollar store. I don't know where the parents were, and they're not really releasing the names of these girls. So it looks like the one girl was, 15, 14-ish with a younger sister. So maybe the parents in the shopping complex, if you will. Mom goes into the grocery store, gets her hair done at Hair Cuttery, Dollar Tree's right there type thing. And so in that one, the girls are okay, but they're putting out the word on this.
Mm-hmm.
We have an investigation underway, and this is a breaking story this morning after they were told a police-involved shooting in Alden. This is Delco, Delaware County, and it's right now, this morning. So large police response, law enforcement officers in that area. It's Providence Road, just south of Clifton Ave and Alden Ave going on. Police and fire dispatched to that area for a gunshot victim early this morning, just a couple hours ago. So several evidence markers set up along Alden Avenue. It's all blocked off there. So we'll wait to hear the details of that one. And that's really all they're giving us right now. I want to take you to Philadelphia City Council. I had said yesterday, we knew this meeting was coming, and this was focusing on the police response to the Pride festivities earlier this summer. We had talked about it. So in this one, the LGBTQ plus IA community members had asked for this, testified that they felt unsafe and targeted during post-parade events in the neighborhood. So the hearing centering on the transition from the official Pride Parade on the Benjamin Franklin Parkway to the informal celebrations that always follow in the neighborhood. So usually they shut down all the streets. This year it was on the Parkway. So I will say that there were some logistical differences that was going on. They addressed that. But once the crowd dispersed from the Parkway, officers and attendees collided, resulting in more than a dozen arrests in this one. Some officers were wearing masks, and that's a big complaint here, that were not in line with the uniform code, because law enforcement in Philadelphia, remember this, and this has to do with ICE and sanctuary and all of that. Mm-hmm. So the fact that these officers were wearing masks was, very offensive to those in the LGBTQ plus IA community.
So they leave the Ben Franklin Parkway. Mm-hmm. The festival continues to its next destination, and officers that are there just to make sure everything goes smoothly have masks on. I'm guessing the only presumption is to protect their identity, but did they not have masks on before any sort of any conflict happened between somebody that was in that community versus somebody that's opposed to it, and then they decided to mask up? I don't understand why. And you know me, I'll defend police until they're indefensible. Why would they wear masks for something like that?
I don't really know. I don't know if when they went to the streets, I have no idea if people were smoking, if it was smelly. I really have no idea.
Yeah, I don't understand the need for it.
Why they wanted to wear a mask or not.
But
I will point out to you that every surveillance video that that we show, and that as we review all the surveillance videos,
right,
pretty much every criminal. And a lot of people, even when we drive in the darkness of the overnights,
right,
there are a lot of people wearing masks, and I don't hear big city hall, city council meetings about it.
But when police are on duty to monitor a big gathering, a parade, a festival, the mummers, whatever you want to talk about, I've never heard of them wearing masks. So that sticks out like a sore thumb to me. I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't. Look, I didn't.
Has Bethel released a statement?
Oh, he was there. So he was there and was answering to this. They wanted him to apologize, which he did not.
Okay.
And he pointed out that, for example, everything on the Ben Franklin Parkway, that's really not the issue. Mm-hmm. It was the after party.
Right.
I will tell you, Frank Scales and Ian McGinnis, our Surge Philly, guys, journalism students here locally, Roman Catholic, we all know Frank and Ian. They were they were at this and the after party, and it was the crowd changed.
Okay.
And so I think that's a piece of this, that the crowd changed. So sometimes officers will wear a mask, and sometimes even some clear goggles or glasses, just because they get spit on.
Well, yeah.
And so that's one of the things. Like if you get spit in the face, and that's a really common thing that we don't talk enough about.
Oh, it's also assault.
It's nasty. So there's that piece of it. So that might be the mask piece of it. But it was pretty nasty in the videos that Frank had.
Okay.
It was a different crowd.
Okay.
And not the crowd that was celebrating just there for Pride Fest in the parade. So there was a crowd change.
Oh, okay.
And it got pretty raucous. When they do crowd control, and especially if you remember way back in the day in the Mardi Gras melee, that I was actually caught up. There's video somewhere of the live truck and being rocked and whatever. So after that, they brought in, they changed their crowd control with motorcycles, the horses, the mounted patrol because of that. So they did bring in motorcycles and the horses. That's great crowd control. They were being ripped for that. But I will tell you, they have national conventions on this kind of stuff.
Okay.
So it's not unique to Philadelphia to deal with the crowd changing, because what they're trying to avoid, I'll just say for the law enforcement, is the people will get trampled upon. When you have all this stuff. So they try to control everything so that you don't have that. Police Commissioner Bethel did address these concerns about the crowd control methodology, and talking about, for example, they were activating tasers to try to. Sometimes they will show the tasers to try to get people to move along, because, like I say, the crowd was getting nasty. And so they did make those arrests. But I think to me, what he was testifying to was the fact that you had, threats, and that overall, some of the crowd that was there in the after party was threatening to the celebratory crowd that was there all day for the parade. That was his, line of thinking.
Okay.
He was not there to apologize, though.
Okay.
He refused to apologize. So he was saying we protected the vast majority of people who were there really to try to celebrate, and that there were troublemakers, and that's the crowd that they were trying to, control.
Got it.
So that was basically, his whole thing. But this is also prep for next year, 2027. So Commissioner Bethel suggesting planning 2 events next year, one on the Parkway and then a different one for the party in the neighborhood. That was his answer, because you're going to get 2 different crowds. And that's ultimately what he said. But they kept pushing. Some of the council members wanted apology, and he was not going to have that. And he defended his officers and was saying, the second crowd was a rough crowd. And I will say Frank could testify to that in the videos he had. Mayor Sherelle Parker did issue a statement following the hearing and calling it an important opportunity to reaffirm what her administration believes every Philadelphian deserves to feel safe, respected, and welcome. So that was her statement. Every Philadelphian deserves to be safe and feel safe, respected, and welcome. That was her statement, pretty much. Got that going on. We do have an arrest warrant, and I will just have the ears of Greg Stocker, who we've deemed the penalty punishment czar.
The executioner.
The executioner and
punishment czar.
Yes. So
and a reverend by day and an executioner at night.
So punishment czar. We do want to ask you what your verdicts would be for this individual from quite a beautiful area, beautiful home. This is North Wales. We'll take you to.
Right.
Upper Gwynedd Township, and the arrest warrant has been issued for this individual who's accused in quite a disturbing animal abuse case. So police right now are searching for one Stephen Buckhecker, who's wanted on charges including felony animal abuse, making threats, witness intimidation. Investigators say this guy, that another person as well, Meredith Ziemba, has already been arrested in connection to this animal abuse accusation. So according to the court documents and officers, so they responded to this lovely home. Somebody reported an abused cat behind the home, North Wales Road.
No, it's a cat.
It's a cat. But listen to what they found, how they found this cat. The cat had been shot in the eye with a pellet gun, but another pellet lodged in its back, so it had been shot twice. One of its paws was caught in a bear trap.
Right.
So this had been going on the cat had been there with, stuck in the bear trap and was shot twice and left out there in 90-plus degree heat.
Yeah.
So in this one, police say they, rescued the cats. Initially, they went to the property, had been told there were no cats. Then they found this poor little kitty cat trapped for several days, like I say, in this hot weather, 90-plus degrees, in the humidity and the rain. So the cat now is in the care of in a veterinarian hospital. They're trying to save the cat.
What are we thinking, Greg? Standard execution method?
Firing squad.
Or do you want to spice it up?
I feel like I need to know more about the situation.
What? He's going to take it under advisement.
I'm going to take this under advisement.
What?
My punishments are more severe for people who hurt children.
Well, that's true.
Thank you.
And dogs versus cats.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
there's a tier to my sadistic
It's the
nature.
punishment tier.
Children, dogs. No. Wait, hang on.
Children and dogs.
Dogs, women.
Oh, wow.
Cats, men.
Because I was wondering,
There's a tier.
will it be dogs, cats, women, or
children, dogs.
Dogs, then women.
Maybe cats, then women.
I'm going to go children, elderly, dogs, cats,
then women.
Women, men.
It's like the professional athlete scale right here.
Right.
You know what we never talked about, or at least if we did, I missed it. Did we mention that Big Pussy is dead?
He is.
No.
Yeah.
Vinny Pastore.
Yeah.
Yeah. It happened a couple days ago. The Big Puss.
The big pussy of The Sopranos.
Right.
He was 80 years young. He was awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know how. If I apologize.
Did you ever see the size of him?
It's actually a shocker he made it to 80.
I was just going to say that.
So if he were skinny pussy, might have lived longer.
Skinny pussy definitely would have. Big pussy did not.
But,
absolutely not.
Not all big pussy ages well.
That's true. That's true. If he had the Ozempic or a weight loss Noom or whatever, we'd have had more big pussy.
Right.
So in that one, I just want to give Big Pussy a shout out.
Yeah. Thank you.
We did have. I don't know if you're going to talk about this, but the FAA is investigating this safety incident involving Marine One Reagan National Airport. President Trump taking off from the White House in Marine One in the afternoon, but air traffic controllers at National Airport had not stopped commercial flights. And so in this one, it's under investigation. There was no incident. Everybody's fine.
Pay attention. Get off the iPad.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Stay off that iPad,
what
folks.
was it? With 0.8 of a mile? It was pretty close.
Yeah.
The helicopter.
A little close.
Yeah.
And that was, we had some of those near misses. And then we had, remember, Reagan National Airport, that incident that we had talked about a while back. And so they've made some new rules. So now reviewing the rules.
Yep.
A close call, if you will.
It's a little too close for comfort if I'm the president, much less just 2 commercial flights.
Amen.
Yeah.
We got to get to it with sports. Not a great night for the Phils. Bill Almquist.
Thank you, Don. We will, of course, start with the Phillies, who took on the Nationals once again. In the second, with Washington up 1-0, Luis Ariz actually hit his first Philly homer.
Wow.
Feisty, by the way.
Can we stop admiring our home runs? Like
you don't like that?
No,
Why?
no.
I love it.
I love that.
No, it's ridiculous.
Oh, come
it's
on.
ridiculous. And of course Nick Kale would like it.
I'd flip the bat.
Oh, he's
I'd point up to the heavens.
He's nauseating. He's nauseating.
Oh, yeah. I would definitely get beamed my next at bat by a pitcher.
Well, that might be true, but I'm still going to backflip the next time I get up there.
Yeah, right.
In the third, a Phillies fan actually got to call an inning after winning an auction. I will play the first batter. He's weird.
A 4-game streak, 5 games?
Yes, that's a 4-game streak.
Yeah.
First pitch of tonight's game is at 6:05. In golf, actually, Live Golf CEO Scott O'Neill announced an agreement yesterday with a lead investor that will allow the league to continue next year without the backing of Saudi funding.
Wow. Even the Saudis strapped for cash these days.
Exactly. They got out of it in April. And
Well, they
now
gave
they're-
all their money to the Trump family.
Well, that might be true.
here we go.
It's those 8-packs.
We need an 8-pack golf league.
And actually, speaking of golf, the Wyndham Championship begins today in Greensboro, North Carolina. I know Nick will be watching, right?
Final event of the regular season before the playoffs start.
Absolutely.
I'll be glued.
Also this week in the NASCAR Cup Series is in Iowa, and the Little League United States regional tournaments begin, which will lead, of course, into the Little League World Series schedule, which starts on August 19th. The championship game of the World Series for Little League is August 30th.
Yeah.
That's
I went
sports.
so the Little League World Series is played in Williamsport, PA. My first semester of college, I was at Lycoming College, a small little like private Division III school. And I'm telling you, it's one of the things you do as freshmen is you have to sell beverages in the stands for the Little League World Series as part of like your first weekend. If you ever get the chance to go to Williamsport, and there's really no reason to go to Williamsport unless you're passing through.
Correct.
Other than the Little League World Series, you have to go.
Yeah, I'm
bucket list item.
Yeah, I'm planning to be there for the U.S. Championship this year. So
I also love it when they bring in ringers, when they have like 12-year-olds with mustaches
that look like they're 20.
Yeah, who was that kid back in the day?
I'm still thinking about that guy from Medford Lakes who called the Phillies game. I wonder if he wants to do morning drive.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's still open. So
yeah.
No, that's afternoon drive.
No.
Morning drive's accounted for.
No, I didn't. I know what I said. I said morning
Oh,
drive.
okay.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
You want him to run the board and do the cut sheet?
All right,
Here,
like
we're
I said,
going to do the cut sheet here with the delivery.
Oh, that would be
clip
great.
number 7.
That
Phil.
would be great.
Have him moderate
That'd
the
be
cut
great.
sheet one morning.
That'd be great. Jimmy, find him for me.
Find me that voice.
Yeah, just walk around. Just walk around Medford Lakes.
Yep.
It's not that big. You can find.
Yeah,
I'm sure you can find him.
Pull out your binoculars and keep looking. There you go. All right, Phil, good stuff. Philly weather, it's currently 76 degrees. We have a morning heat advisory up until 11 o'clock because of the humidity and the feel-like temperatures, and then storms this evening that should break the heat a little bit. Your high today is 91 degrees. We'll come back, get to a Thursday morning big take. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
A new Consumer Reports study finds measurable levels of arsenic in every single rice product it tested. Rice naturally absorbs inorganic arsenic from soil and water. To protect your family, experts say swap some rice for lower arsenic options like quinoa or oats, and try parboiling. Boil your rice in extra water for 5 minutes, drain it, and finish cooking in fresh water to slash arsenic levels by half. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Summer's coming to an end. Now's the time to get organized. Closet Factory Philadelphia creates custom closets, garages, pantries, and home offices designed around your lifestyle. Schedule your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. Closet Factory Philadelphia.
And now, Babbel proudly presents The Cat Chat.
Bonjour, monsieur. Yes, hi. I'm staying in room 22, and I was wondering if there was anyone I could chat with about my sheets. They seem to be making me just really itchy. Pardon, vous avez dit un chat? Yeah, it's not a big deal. I just want to chat with maybe like the cleaning service, see which detergent they use. Just a chat. Chat. Please, I'm so itchy. Un instant, s'il vous plaît. Matisse, j'ai un client qui demande un chat. Oh. My goodness, I thank you. Just a chat, really just a...
Voila.
What?
Sir, you requested a cat to scratch you.
Traveling mistakes can really be absurd. Learn to speak like the locals with Babbel, and no one will mistake your chat for a cat.
Sir, please. Your cat.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. BABBEL.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
250 years ago, the number 13 became legendary. 13 colonies with one bold vision declared themselves a nation. Led by George Washington, they forged the bravest experiment in liberty the world had ever seen. To honor America's 250th birthday, a magnificent tribute. The 2026 George Washington 24-karat gold dollar. Exclusively from the first colonial mint, this .311 gram, 11-millimeter gold coin is the official Ascension Island gold dollar. Struck in pure 24-karat gold, it's the world's first 13-sided gold coin. Minted in limited quantity with a stunning proof finish. It features Washington's portrait, 13 brilliant stars, and a golden eagle design inspired by the gold coin Washington himself carried. For a limited time, a special price of just $69 plus shipping has been established with a strict limit of one per household. To claim yours, call 800-929-1313. That's 800-929-1313. 800-929-1313.
Squeeze. Tried, tested, and Trixie's 53 years of songwriting live with special guests Adam Ant and Leon Tilbrook. Friday, August 28th, Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Squeeze. Get tickets now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Squeeze live.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We are back, 6:36 here on a Thursday morning. A ton to get to. The cut sheet, Rich Zioli, both at 7:45. Jimmy Fallon, 8:30. Fight Club, 9:10. Today in music history, the big three, and a whole bunch of other stories and other nonsense and shenanigans. But first, let's get to it. Thursday morning, Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, the perfect socialist storm. Yes, I know, communism. Call it what you want, but a socialist tsunami is swirling offshore, and certain sections of the country have seen it touch down already. But the big storm that could make landfall this upcoming November is now just 89 days away. So how did we arrive at this point? I believe personally it's threefold. Number one, the Democrat Party has been on this trajectory for the better part of a decade plus. Follow the escalation for a moment. Hillary, liberal. Biden and Harris, progressives. Squad Dems here and there, leaving little hints and clues. And of course, the leader, AOC. But now, the unsheathing of socialists like Mamdani, El Sayed, and locally, Rabb and Brooks and more. That's the first part. Then we get to the second part, which is the world of education. They are complicit as well. Educators as activists, the pursuit of perpetual victimhood through the prism of identity politics, universities and their one-way school of thought, young college grads basically lied to, amassing massive debt and a plaque with a worthless piece of paper in it. And then finally, the third part, past administrations, including Republicans and Trump, including Trump 1.0, including Biden, including Obama for 8 years. They're all guilty as well. Well, how could that be, Nick? How so? Well, the economy can be good simultaneously as America's affordability crisis persists. Those two things can exist at the same time. Wages can be up, manufacturing jobs can be rising, the stock market can be booming, but if you're getting just a 3% cost of living adjustment raise at work, in no way, shape, or form can you keep up with the rise in groceries, which are up 30% over the last decade, gas prices skyrocketing over the last 5 to 6 months. And I don't want to allow for selective amnesia for anyone who wants to omit Trump from catching any flack for this. Here's the reality of the situation, folks. Donald Trump has been in office for 5.5 years out of the last 9.5 years. He has been the presidential majority. I know he was gone for 4 years, but when you add it all up together, he's been here for a bulk of it. So I'm not just doing the Biden-only blame game. Decisions come with consequences. Trump's decisions on Iran and tariffs has only negated net gains made under his second term. Remember the first year of term 2.0. Think about this. 2025 exceeded all of those expectations. Gas was down to $2.89, whatever it was. You know, he was exceeding everything on CNBC. Inflation coming in better than expected. And I said, that's great, but you're going to have to keep building off of it. Year two, tariffs start to pile up, Iran, gas prices, and the result, desperate fools falling for fool's gold. Ideas that they'll never see the light of day on, that won't last, that can't be sustained. And in many cases, these socialist or communist candidates, they don't have the power to enact these policies in the first place. Nothing in this lifetime is free. And when something seems too good to be true, it usually is. I want to start with CNBC. Here was Brian Moynihan, the CEO of Bank of America, on Squawk Box, telling the American people there's only an affordability crisis because, well, that's what you keep hearing. Listen and watch.
I think we have an affordability crisis because people believe there's an affordability crisis, which will shape their behavior if it doesn't come into line. That's largely around housing and rent costs, which are still rising, but rising at a less fast rate. It's around insurance costs, which actually came back in line. It's around food costs and gas costs. And so if a deal gets worked out and gas prices come back down, that takes away one of the concerns. But it's a real issue. It's just the say-do paradox is about as high as I've ever seen it. So that's what the polls say, and it's how people feel. Right. What you watch them do is different because they're spending absolutely consistent with what they spent in the past, and probably a little bit more on entertainment, a little bit more on travel than they did last year this time. Not other parts of the year, but the last year.
Narratives may shape the market, but this guy comes off completely out of touch with reality, with the everyday working class American. This is as ignorant of a statement, in my opinion, as when the legacy media tried to tell us Biden was cogent and he wasn't in decline. Don't trust your eyes. Don't trust your ears. No. We all heard it and we all saw it. And there's a reason why the Fed is so stubborn on lowering rates. It drives Trump nuts. There's a reason why lenders, like that boob from Bank of America, are so stringent on lending options these days. They're not giving away mortgages at 3.75%. You go in there looking for a $10,000 loan. Oh, you better be a 750 credit score. And yeah, people might be spending on entertainment because they can't buy a house. They're being punished by rent. Food is expensive. And taking long trips are now more difficult because gas has shot up through the roof. So they find solace in whatever will distract them for a few hours and that won't break their bank accounts. That's what's happening when they spend more on entertainment. Yeah, it's because it's all they can do. All that guy Moynihan cares about is you ringing up your Bank of America credit card to the tune of 29.65% in interest. That's corporate America on legacy media. Let me get to MAGA media on social media. which, by the way, yesterday, if you were on X, you would have thought all these people jumped ship on Donald J. Trump. Alex Bruzewitz, let's start with him, strategist who has advised Trump in the past. I want to play this clip for you. A little bit long, but very accurate. He had this to say on the rise of socialism and the cost of living. Listen and watch this.
And so many of these political influencers, they talk amongst themselves and they just, tell themselves that they're right about whatever issue. Something that I have strong disagreements with a lot of my Republican friends is on what we're seeing with the DSA, these socialist candidates who are doing well in New York and across the country. It's their theory that, they're popular because these liberal white women are propelling them to victory because, whatever reasons. But they're missing the fact that socialism and communism is on the rise in our country because people are struggling, and they've been struggling for a long time, specifically in our generation. Over 50% of adults aged 18 to 30 still live with their parents. The average age of the first-time home buyer in America is 41 years old. Their parents' generation was late 20s, early 30s. You have these people who felt like they did everything right in their lives. They got good grades in school. They went on to university. They studied hard. They got a degree in business or marketing because that's what everybody told them to go do. And then they get out and either they can't find jobs, or the jobs that they do find, they don't pay well enough to pay for their cost of living and also pay for their student loan debt. And then if they get a job there and they work for 5 years there, there's limited upward mobility. And so people are discouraged.
Hardly anything I want to pick apart there. Agree with basically everything he said, except for the tweet that he posted describing the clip I just played as he linked the video to this text. Alex says, quote, President Trump often seems to be the only Republican who recognizes this frustration and speaks directly to these Americans. Republican candidates running against DSA members need a clear message and real solutions for these voters. Simply dismissing those who are cozying up to socialist candidates as entitled or stupid will backfire on the GOP. But Alex, let me reword that just a little bit for you. Trump has added to the frustration. He doesn't need to message and run on anything because he's termed out. In a little over 2 years, it's over. He's done. Gonzo, out of here. Tariffs are attacks on us. I know Trump supporting business owners that either advertise on this station or don't, that are being clobbered by tariffs, and they don't understand the end game. We were told short-term pain. It's closing in on 19 months. And for what? The bad deals of the past? Wanting to reduce the deficit with tariffs? That's cool, but spending more than you're bringing in and raising the deficit is mathematical ineptitude. Hey, honey, let's pay off the $10,000 we owe to Citizens Bank, and then tomorrow we'll open up a Wells Fargo account and spend $11,000. I know. It's 12D chess, folks. I'm stupid, and everybody in the White House are the most intelligent humans ever to walk Earth. But a handful of prominent conservative commentators, they're beginning to call it out. I want to start with Jack Posobiec. Yeah, Jack Posobiec of all people. Phil, please post this graphic on YouTube. He says, here you will see the chart of gas prices from August of 2024. As Trump was campaigning against Kamala Harris in the stretch run of the presidential election compared to today's cost. Jack says, quote, neocons will look you square in the face and tell you this isn't real, end quote. Guys, Jack Posobiec is about as ardent of a Trump activist as you will find, yet he's speaking truth here. A war that was supposed to last weeks, perhaps 6, has lasted basically 6 months. It smells a little neocon-ish, does it not? Let me read another perspective from another rock-solid conservative who has a huge following and is an influencer on X. How about Matt Walsh? Quote, the conservatives on here denying the affordability crisis are engaged in what I can only describe as an act of political suicide. They're also lying, which is the worst part. Grocery prices are up. Housing, energy, insurance, healthcare, basic living expenses. It's real. It's happening. Denying it makes you look out of touch, deceitful, and untrustworthy. It's also a completely unnecessary and unforced error. No credible person is claiming that Trump caused all of these surges, but you don't have to disgrace yourself by denying the reality in front of your face just to prove loyalty to the president. The causes, for the most part, are multifaceted, complicated, and long-standing. That's true. So let's discuss them, debating whether the problem exists at all, or if it does exist, whether it counts as a problem is a total waste of time and makes you look like a shill and a fraud. Folks, inject that paragraph directly into my veins. I've been saying this for 4 months on this show. Now, what about Sean Davis from The Federalist, who says this in response to a WAPO column, which is the Washington Post, by the way, written by Mark Thiessen, who Stalker loves to take shots at, and rightfully so, on there being no downside to this Iran war. Phil, if you could, please post the Washington Post graphic of Thiessen's article on YouTube. You'll see it right there. And here's what Sean wrote in response. Neocons are refusing to acknowledge the massive political costs of high prices because they don't want to admit the Iran war has made things worse for everybody. The belief that war has zero downside is fundamental dogma for neocons. To admit war might make things worse is heresy to them, maybe even blasphemy. They cannot do it. War makes them richer and makes them feel warm and happy and morally superior. And they simply have no theory of mind for anybody who sees the world differently. The Iraq War gave us Barack Obama and eventually Joe Biden. And yet the neocons still think the whole thing was awesome. The U.S. spent 2 decades and trillions of dollars replacing the Taliban with the Taliban. And the only thing that made the neocons mad about that was that he didn't want to spend more time or money there. Neocons are lying about the economic impact of the war and mocking the suffering of people dealing with these costs because it's impossible for them to even conceptualize the downside of war. And if you don't believe me, just read their own words. End quote. If you support this war and have your head in the sand on the impact for everyday Americans living paycheck to paycheck, you're either just an apologist or you are a neocon Republican of yesteryear. Or maybe the worst part, you're a combination of both. And then we have Robbie Starbuck, who keeps it quite simple. He says, quote, we can pretend that this isn't a real problem and lose, or we can confront it, acknowledge it, and work to fix it and win. I pick living in reality and winning, end quote. Amen to that, brother. And aligning with one algorithm or one Twitter feed and burying your head in the sand and living in a distorted reality, which is really what social media is for left-wingers, right-wingers, or anybody seeking out something they just enjoy in life, is only going to lead to you getting burned. And then you'll do the same old song and dance. I'll hear it in November as we approach Thanksgiving. We'll have Athens Rumbus on. I don't know, Nick, Republicans just didn't turn out. The polls went dry around 4 p.m. Oh, we hate mail-in ballots. Grifter X will say it was stolen, it was rigged. Wash, rinse, repeat. So we've done 2 of the 3 ingredients for the perfect storm, right? Let me wrap with the third group of people complicit in this. Educators. Not the great, and there is a ton of great teachers out there. I'm talking about teacher unions, leaders of the bosses, the Randy Weingardens of the world. The Department of Education Secretary Linda McMahon, who I absolutely love, posted this on X in response to a great article from Real Clear Education. She says, quote, too many Americans got stuck chasing degrees they couldn't afford. Workforce Pell will now fund high-quality training for in-demand jobs in just 8 to 15 weeks. President Trump is delivering on his promise to strengthen America's workforce. And here she was on Varney & Co. just a few days ago talking about education. Listen and watch.
But we are continuing to see it, in the testing scores, the NAEP scores that are on National Report Card, across the country, that only 30% of our 8th graders and 4th graders are reading proficiently. And that's just, it's a condemnation on how education has failed our children. Now, I think COVID bears some responsibility for that. The shutdowns, we clearly lost ground, and we're making up that ground. And, with a lot of effects that we are seeing, not only are grades not coming back, but also just truancy rates have increased. We're seeing parents often don't think there's as much need for a child to be in school as there was before. So there are a lot of latent effects from the COVID shutdown that it's going to take a long, long time to unravel.
Yes.
And I truly regret that for this generation of students.
She's spot on. Think about this. It's a double-edged sword. Go to college, get a 4-year degree or a master's or a PhD in something stupid. You're in debt. You're miserable. You end up depending on the government. Skip school, become truant, have a 5th grade reading level as a 9th grader, barely get through high school, can't get a job. What do? You fall for the trap of socialism and communism. Oh, government, please help me out. She is 100% correct. And surprisingly, so is Gen Z. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Newsweek highlights this study. Gen Z shun white collar for skilled trades. They write, a resume template survey found that 60% of Gen Z Americans plan to pursue skilled trades work this year, a sign of shifting attitudes towards college and career paths. A review of the Bureau of Labor Statistics wage data shows that many of these occupations can offer salaries comparable to or higher than some entry-level white-collar positions, and the debt, not even comparable. And good for those kids. And shame on academia, especially the professors in college. Fox News legal scholar Jonathan Turley writes this, the new McCarthyism. 40% of professors on college campuses and universities would vote against hiring a Trump voter. Turley writes, the results of the study are not surprising. Indeed, the percentage may be low, given the faculty reluctance to admit political bias or the delusion of others that they are without. End quote. Political bias and delusion. I think Turley just hit on something here, folks. Maybe we as a nation, left or right, anti-Trump or pro-Trump, should stop living in a world of bias and delusion. Have your policy. Have your ideology. Hell, have your party. But have a brain and have a backbone. And don't be afraid to exercise other when you look in your pockets and you say, damn, where did it all go? And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces of high-quality, meticulously cared-for furniture. Visit buckscountyestatedtraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. Bucks County Estate Traders, the region's largest high-end furniture destination. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT. The comments in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts on where we are with, really yesterday, it was a firestorm of, oh my God, everybody right of center on X was like, we have an affordability crisis. Let's talk about it. Hour 2 on the way. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
You know, there's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, you discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. Just visit your local authorized dealers, Piazza, in Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, innovation, and performance that truly sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Cusick. I started with Crash Proof in 2019. To all my friends and neighbors, now might be a good time for you to take what you've made on the market and put it in something that's more secure. It's very important when you get to our age to have some guarantee. Social Security is no guarantee, and most companies don't give pensions anymore. With the crash-proof system, I average around 5 to 6% per year. I'm still living off the interest. My principal has not changed. Matter of fact, it's grown. I can start planning now for exactly what I need next year, like traveling or repairs for the house. And I can do all this planning because I know I'm going to be making money next year. Even if the cost of living goes up, you can still afford to do what you want to do and know it is not going to be dependent on the market. You can't be more secure than that.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The working families of Laona Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 7 o'clock. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we kick off hour number 2 on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Wawa, your all-day destination for sweet cravings, midday rewards, and late-night treats. From ice cream parfaits to creamy smoothies, floats, and more, you are in for a treat. Gotta have a Wawa. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Will Zioli be in his home studio? Will he be in the back of a limo? Will he be in a broom closet at Fox News? We find out very shortly. But I want to get everybody's thoughts on really yesterday. Yesterday was like a bizarre cavalcade. I even seen the Fox TV morning show talking about it this morning right out of the gate, but they were framing it with the Gen Z perspective. Dawn, your thoughts on how Republicans can message and combat the anxiety over affordability in any race that matters this upcoming fall?
So, first of all, I'm going to say this, that as far as what you were talking about and going through thinking about conservatives, Republicans, and then different generations and how they feel government has served or not served them, my observation overall is how politics has become so personal. So back in the day, it was that we were all supposed to debate the policies and look at which policies you agreed with. And it wasn't really personal. It was just which policies do I think are going to serve us, the American people, better. And then over the years, I think conservatives, Republicans, and libertarians, we felt like we were being targeted. And we had this feeling of government weaponization, shadow banning. I think by now we've confirmed that it was real. It wasn't just that we felt this was happening, but overall, just look at everything. And if you zoom out for a second, think about everything we've been put through, and then think about the fact that the so-called legacy or mainstream media is complicit. And we see the bias. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. So as I always say, President Trump answered that. Then when we went through witnessing President Trump and the persecution of him, which I think it was weaponized. You think of Mar-a-Lago, no other president, past president, his personal home, his wife's undergarment drawer to be gone through, and closet. And it was just wacko. It was way over the top. And so at that point now, here's what's happening. So, and I'll admit to you, every time something happens, the lens that I see it through, or I have to lift the lens, is because I'm looking at it through that lens. So now it's personal. So now we feel some connection to a president. So we defend him. Why? Because it became personal for us. It's not this cult loyalty to Donald J. Trump. It's actually back to us. And I think that's important to recognize, and that we have to lift all of those different lenses that we've all lived through and lift away the loyalty and look at just the facts. We all have to do that. So to your point then, looking at why different generations feel like, well, I did everything right. I went to the college. They told me I had to have a 4-year degree, that I could take out a loan. And yeah, they told me that no problem. The university said, take out a loan for 130 G's. No problem. You can do that. And so I did everything right, as somebody thinks. And what's happening now? I'm only getting a job for $65,000. So everybody's taking everything so personally instead of just looking at the facts. And I think I'll just say that's part of why we look at things. We all do this to some level. I would say the millennial and even Gen Z generations do it more with each generation, but everybody's taking everything so personally. And we all have to look at policies and say, what is going on with this policy? So I think that's a big part of it that I just want to get off my chest there, if you don't mind. Mm-hmm. As far as what you're saying with the affordability issue, things have, if you look since the pandemic, prices went up during the pandemic. Some things that were crazy, Lysol, eggs, some things have gone down. Prices, by and large, don't come back down.
No.
The mistake, and we talked about this, that President Trump did, and he eventually caught himself, but he was talking about prices. Don't talk about prices coming down. Unless it's something like the eggs, and they did fix that. In general, prices don't come down. So I think that's something that Republicans need to deal with.
They have to come up with a message. The Democrat Socialists of America message is, we will have city-operated grocery stores that operate at 30% below retail. I know they're going to run out of food. The supply will dwindle up. It'll crack. Nobody's sitting here saying socialism will work. History, as our guiding principle proves, it fails every single time. But that's their message. And when you're a young dope or you're a desperate fool and you hear 30% below retail, oh man, I can compute that. I'm sitting here and I'm saying, well, what are Republicans' message on that? As bad as thinly veiled and just nonsensical as, oh, the government's going to open up some of these stores and we're going to give you a big discount. It's like a big, it's like Walmart. We're rolling back prices every day. What's the Republicans' message? And this is not about Trump, because Trump's not, but it is about Trump, because if things go bad this fall, he spends the final 2 years in gridlock. So I don't care if you're running for a House seat. I don't care if you're running for Senate. I don't care if you're running for governor. What is your message? Because as crazy as the communists are, they have a message. And I feel like we're back to 4 or 5 years ago, and when we started this show, Dawn, you used to say, get it together, GOP. What are we going to do here? Like you always say the Democrats, eventually they all rally around each other. You just heard it from Schumer yesterday. Schumer knows he's being pushed out. He knows the days of him and Nance and Hillary. They're persona non grata anymore, but they're now rallying around socialists if it means extending their political careers for one more term. It's like, here we go. It's like a complete 360. We're right back, I think, to where we were in 2022 when Republicans are like, and you're gonna be losing. I got all these conservative commentators here. I couldn't believe this yesterday. I thought these were all like bots or hacked accounts. Buck Sexton, part of the Clay and Buck show. Old Rush Limbaugh slot. The cost issue in America is important. Let's talk about it. It's real, and it's not easy to fix. And it's political malpractice to ignore. Policy decisions have driven up costs for groceries, almost $6 trillion of which came from COVID spending, and recently gas with Iran. Housing prices are also 50% higher in 5 years. Jesse Kelly, prominent conservative talker. Tariffs have contributed to high prices. Stopping an economy and printing $7 trillion contributed to high prices. He's talking about the pandemic. Joe Biden's spending contributed to high prices. The war in Iran now has contributed to high prices. We don't have to tell lies about what brought us here. Eric Erickson, another prominent conservative media guy. A lot of people on the right are complaining about grocery prices and the cost of living, are also some of the biggest defenders of global tariffs and import controls that have been imposed by this administration. But they won't bring those up because they might lose access. Folks, I'd rather lose access than lose money. I'll tell you right now. Not that I have any access. Not that anybody here on this show or this station really has access. I guess maybe Zioli because he's advised Trump in the past. But like, we got to start. And again, I think this is where sports and politics are very simpatico. Presidents with the economy are like the equivalent of quarterbacks with winning in football. They get too much of the credit when it's good. They get too much of the blame when it's bad.
Can I just say something about as far as, grocery play? You look at Bill Gates buying up a ton of farmland and controlling farming and even getting involved in African nations. And I read about that all the time. Part of it is that I think we're all getting played because, we look at these numbers. Grocery prices have gone up 33% since 2020-ish, late 2019 pandemic, right? But who controls it? And so why is it? It reminds me of being in Pennsylvania when we're basically living on liquid gold with energy, and yet we're paying more for our energy bill and our PICO bill because we're all getting played. Same with groceries. Look at this great land that we live in. It's not like we live in a desert. America, we have this rich farmland. And so why is it that we rely on these now big corporations, a few big corporations that now have, it's very rare to even find a local grocery market, right?
Yeah.
And so I think the honest to God's truth of this is we are getting played.
And it's decades in the making.
It's decades in the making.
America has been sold out to corporations and foreign nations.
And so I think, to me, the real honest to God answer is that we take back the fact that we should be able to own our own farms and farmland, subscribe to that, deal with the farmer, grow your own, whatever. If you think of that, what would that be? Milk, cheese, beef, right? All your vegetables. I mean, pretty much all that stuff except for the processed crud and snack food. And then we could control our own. So what government overall has done over the decades, government has slowly taken over everything so that we are dependent upon government.
Yep.
Right? For our for everything.
Everything the government touches, they destroy.
Yeah, they do.
And yet the socialist communist movement in this country is telling you, we're going to give you more government.
So I think we have to think outside the box and think to ourselves, so now all of these lawmakers, all of them, the swamp, whatever, all of these in general, government and lawmakers, they never have this discussion. Nobody ever says anymore, hey, I want you to be able to be independent and sufficient. They all say, no, government is going to figure it out. maybe we need to be allowed to figure it out. Maybe we need to say, I mean, look at Pennsylvania. We have all this awesome farmland. What if we all pool together and make our own grid? What if I'm talking about power. What's so wrong with that? The whole subdivision. And start saying, no, we're going to have our own grid. We're going to put in, and we're going to have our own piece of farmland. We're all going to chip in, and we're all going to own this together like an LLC, and we're all going to have this together, and then we'll figure it out ourselves. And then what would government do to us to try to tax that?
Yeah.
Because government's just going to come in and say, well, no, we're going to tax all this and that and the other thing.
Yeah.
So I think we just have to, honest to God, stop looking at some politician who most of them have never even run a business. Most of them nowadays have never even worked in the private sector.
Held a job.
How are they going to solve all of this? They're not.
Yep.
They're just looking to keep their career politician job.
Yep.
And we're the idiots who keep getting played.
Yeah. And I mean, then, of course, there's the basic economics of printing money, the national deficit continuing to rise, not paying off you can only kick the can down the road for so long before, the people that you owe money to eventually collect, or you end up, using the court system to file for bankruptcy. Education's a big part of it as well. And I consider myself somewhat fortunate because I know the costs of college. Like you talked about somebody taking out $130,000.
Yeah.
I probably needed to take out that amount, but for some reason, like in 03, 04, 05, 06, when I was in college, I wasn't even allowed to borrow that much. I might have had like a Pell Grant here and there.
Well, you bring up the good point right there. What you said, they've now limited it recently.
Which they should, and they should have done a long time ago. But I also feel like that's also on the buyer, right? Like, whether you went to Temple 20 years ago like I did, or you're at the University of Penn today, dude, if you're paying $62,000 a year and you're going in for marketing, you're a moron. I mean, you could. What exactly is marketing? I mean, would you go to? So let's just say this: Odyssey sales rep position, right? That's marketing. You're marketing, somebody's business on a brand like 1210 WPHT. Do you need to go to college for 4 years and amass $115,000 in debt to figure out how to market your company on any sort of platform? Stalker, you might remember this name. When we were up in the Lehigh Valley as young 20-something punks, and we worked for what at the time was considered Clear Channel Radio, there was a sales rep named Bob Holder. You might remember the name. I think he recently passed away. You know what he did before he got into marketing and selling radio? He used to be a vending machine guy for Frito-Lay. And you know what he would do? I'll never forget this. It was actually my first full-time job in radio. He would, this is a big company, right? Clear Channel eventually became iHeartRadio. And they have all these, documents and all these things they print off and all of these, portals they use to sell commercials. He'd go out there and he would write on a napkin a radio contract. He's like, okay, you want 100 commercials? They're $30 each, 100 times 30, boom, boom, sign it. We'll get it done. And you have dummies today that go to college with these useless degrees, and they come out and they're massively in debt. And you said it, Dawn, they're making $65,000 a year, and they have a $700 a month student loan payment. Like, I was lucky from the standpoint of my student loan payment was about $129 a month. The interest rate was very low.
But why did you have any interest rate? Why didn't the government just say zero interest? This was guaranteed money. Yeah. And part of the problem here is and nobody talks about this. I mean, look at how you mentioned since 20 plus years ago when you graduated college. How come they've skyrocketed? You know how come? Because the government was guaranteed money. So it's the slush, the money laundering operation that we talk about. So they figured out, we've got all these Democrats. I mean, look at the registration. Look at all of your, especially colleges and college professors. The vast majority, there are very few registered Republicans, right?
Oh, yeah. That's why I cited that article from Turley. Yeah. And they won't even hire you as a Trump voter. Think about that.
No, so you'd have to be in the closet. And so, and once they realize and out you, then you're probably booted out unless you're already tenured. So think about that. Think about that money laundering operation, that you're just going to pump money into these institutions that indoctrinate a whole new generation of very liberal individuals who also think that they're entitled. and who have these very liberal, out of touch policies because nobody really teaches history anymore, like the actual what happened. And that's it. But the reason I said the first thing that I said about how it's all personal and we all have to lift our lenses is because I don't want to just point a finger to the quote unquote other side, but rather say we all need to lift those different lenses of bias and for whatever the reason, even if you think it's a good reason, and look at the facts. Because I think if we all would do that, we'd all realize we're getting played.
And I like the fact that you say that it's personal or it's not personal and everybody should come together. But the economy is personal. It's personal to everybody. And, you know, you can sit here and say, well, I'm financially responsible and I don't live over my means. So tariffs haven't really impacted me or the gas prices haven't put a big strain on me. And that's great. But you know what? For the dummies out there that can't manage their money, that are blaming the system when in fact, they're also to blame with their own poor choices, you know, they still have a vote and they're going to vote for a socialist. And nobody's going to sit there at a ballot box and say, well, you know what? I know you want the government to bail you out, but you're not going to vote today, pal, because it was your decision to take out that stupid degree. Everybody's vote counts, right? Like Steve Packarduni's texting me now. He says, you're correct about education in this country and stupid degrees. But he says, I'm falling for the Democrats' talking points. Things are not that bad. Plenty of opportunities out there to succeed. Younger people just need to work harder for it. The Iran conflict isn't even over yet, and gas prices are dropping. I don't know, Steve. I get my gas. It's still $4.29, but you're in Jersey, so I know it's cheaper. Trump can't make prices go back to where they were a few years ago, but he can help us all prosper so it hurts less. And like I've given Trump credit. The tax breaks, the no tax on overtime, Social Security tips, all that stuff. There's only so many things the federal government can do. I totally get that. But you've also made decisions that have kind of reversed course from a better than expected year one. So again, Steve Packarduni might be okay. And I'm not sitting here crying poor. I'm not claiming that I'm hurting right now. I mean, I bitch and moan that I got to put an extra $20 in my gas tank, but it's not the end of the world for me. But I'm thinking about the entire population, whether these people are rightfully pissed off that they're being robbed or they've done it to themselves and then the government has made it worse for them. These people are going to come out in droves this fall. I'm just preparing people for it, right? Like, I get everybody's financial situation is different. Every single person has a different financial situation. What you make, what you spend, and what you have in debt and what you owe. So you can take that for whatever it's worth. I'm just telling you, I just thought it was very interesting yesterday that so many people, that they're the biggest Trump supporters are out there saying, like, guys, we have to address this affordability crisis. And if we don't, we're going to get steamrolled.
And the way to address it is to think outside the box because nobody would see that coming. And so that to me would be a true test. If you had a few people with the courage, because they're going against the swamp, no matter what anybody tells me, I feel as if there are secretly so many career politicians, Republicans, who hope to God that Democrats do sweep this November so that President Trump will be a lame duck and then they will go on with business as usual and playing politics and benefiting and enriching themselves. You know, we talked a little bit about the DNC, the autopsy report, and that, just this week, what was it, Monday or Tuesday, we talked about it, that New York Times put out that thing that said that there was a missing chapter with the Democrats, that in the Biden administration, they were so busy enriching themselves that they just completely lost touch with everything. But I would submit to you, it has happened in truth in both parties. And my suspicion is that the one who was trying to lift the curtain on everything was Donald J. Trump. And I'm also going to go so far as to say this, when you talk about the Iran war, and we've argued a lot about it, when President Trump was a newbie, he was a rookie politician. He wasn't a career politician. And so when he came into office, all of us were going, OMG. I mean, it was amazing what he was doing with because he knew certain things about how to fix the economy, and it was flourishing like none of us thought that it could. And part of it was the tariffs on certain things, and part of it was the corporate taxes that he lowered, right? And also holding China at bay so the corporations would bring jobs back and that sort of thing. It was amazing. And then what happened? Fauci, right?
Yep.
The pandemic.
Speaking of Fauci,
And we've been
we're gonna
talking
get
a lot
to him.
about it.
Yep.
But I want you to think about this. He trusted Dr. Fauci. He did. He trusted the doctor. I wish he had listened more to Redfield. It turns out Redfield was right about freaking everything.
Especially
he
gain of
trusted
function.
Fauci.
Yep.
So my fear in the back of my brain, and I'll say the quiet part out loud that I've just been like suppressing as I lift all the lenses I'm talking about. Did he listen to another esteemed expert, this time on Iran? And is that now what's doing the kibosh on Iran? I don't have the answer for you.
No, none of us will really ever know the answer.
Well, we usually do. We usually figure. I mean, we figured out Fauci.
Well, yeah.
So I hope that I'm wrong.
I mean, years from now we might find out, just like we did with WMD in Iraq, that it was faulty intelligence.
So
whatever.
I hope he didn't listen.
Yeah.
He did listen to Fauci for probably too long. I wish to God that he would listen to Redfield. I wish to God that he had said, Fauci, you're full of it. Shut up. We're going to do it a different way.
Yep.
And he trusted the expert, somebody who he was told was a decades-long, good doctor and had that raspy voice, and he trusted him. Did we all trust Fauci? So is there a Fugazi we're going to find out about?
Yeah.
And is this now what's happening?
Yep.
I don't have the answer for you, but that's my fear.
855-839-1210. We'll wrap up the conversation, and then we are going to get to Fauci. Speaking of Fauci, Dawn, we'll get to him on the other side as Florida is taking aim at him and his wallet. But let's go to Kyle in Delaware. Kyle, you're on Talk Radio 1210. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, good morning. So I agree with you 100% on the messaging, but you're wrong about the tariff side.
Okay.
If you look at just this week or maybe last week, we had the largest manufacturing boom in the U.S. in like 5 or 6 years.
Yep, I had it in my
and
big take
that's
2
relatable
days
to
ago.
tariff.
What's that?
And that's related to the tariffs. And so if you're just saying tariffs bad, like that's, I've listened to you guys for a while. I expect that black and white conversation from Stocker, not from the two of you. We got to look at the nuance around it and how we can say, manufacturing is coming back. It's bringing good jobs
that black
back.
and white from Stocker, not from the two of you. I expect that black and white from Stocker, not the two of you.
See what you've done? You activated Stalker.
Okay, so explain to me, because I
There it is. Tariffs are good, according to Kyle in Delaware. Good. Tariffs are
can I
good.
just-
Why don't you ask business owners, you dick?
Oh my gosh. Can I just interject to Kyle? When I said when I was talking about tariffs, just real quick, what I was saying about tariffs was President Trump's first administration, and remember that what he did with China and specifically those, and remember even during the one debate with Biden, he said, or in the debates when he was running the third time around, he said to Biden, "Oh yeah, and you kept a lot of what I did." You remember that? Those, what I was saying was those were fantastic. And that it was amazing that nobody talked about it because it was amazing. So I was referring to his first administration.
So Kyle,
being
let's
great.
let's connect all the dots here and try to make sense of this, because I did play the manufacturing job boost and the report from CNBC on Tuesday's Big Take. So I acknowledge that. I know exactly what you're talking about there. So that's good, but obviously tariffs are a tax on us when it comes to certain products. And I've said, if you don't like that, well, then you don't have to buy that product, which I think is relatively fair. Like if I like avocados and now all of a sudden they're too expensive, I'm going to skip avocados for 6 months. But at what point do you have to pull back on the tariffs? And by the way, as well, tariffs are a great tool to pay down your debt. Are we paying down our deficit? The last time I checked, the deficit's going up.
Right, yeah, we're fiscally irresponsible, and the government's really bad at that.
So like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul here.
Right, but even in the avocado issue, we have avocados that are grown in California. So if we're supporting our California growers and not buying it from the cartels in Mexico,
avocados from Mexico,
then yeah, exactly.
You like that?
So then we have that. Also, I knew Bob Holder. I've been in sales for 1 million years.
No way.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So if you look at things overall, like Stocker goes on and on about the war in Iran because he doesn't really understand it.
Yeah.
But
Kyle in Delaware does. Kyle in Delaware knows that it's 3D chess. Kyle in Delaware knows it. Greg doesn't know it, but because Kyle in Delaware doesn't agree with what Greg says, then Greg doesn't know what he's talking about. Right there, Kyle in Delaware.
Oh boy.
I mean, well, yeah, you're pretty right. That
Thank
sounds
you.
accurate to me.
Oh God!
Thank you.
No. All right, we're gonna get a break. I was gonna get to the break, but we to Kyle in Delaware. Small world. He knows a guy named Bob Holder. What a very
awesome.
small world.
Bob is not with us anymore. You know that, right?
Yeah, I said he passed away.
All right.
So the Biden administration maintained the vast majority. They were Section 301 tariffs, $370 billion worth of Chinese imports, they were especially strategic sectors, electric vehicles, solar cells, and that's what Biden kept. That was from Trump.
Yep.
So it was very specific, and it was fantastic.
All right, you mentioned Fauci. On the other side, Fauci's attorneys have fired back at Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers, telling the Hall of Fame-bound quarterback he should stick to football after scorching the lead doctor during the pandemic on an ESPN television show. We will get to that. And also, Fauci and the state of Florida. He's been slapped with another subpoena. We'll give you those details on the other side. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For more than 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has helped people take charge of their health, and right now, they're saying a big thank you to those who have trusted Rescue with their wellness needs during their customer appreciation sale going on now. Save an incredible 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more single bottles, and your order ships free. Just use that promo code VIP50. Whether you're focused on heart health, healthy cholesterol, joint comfort, cognitive support, digestion, or simply feeling your best every day, this is the perfect time to stock up on the premium formulas that you know and trust, or experience the difference that Rescue can make for the very first time. Visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a product consultant ready to help you find the supplements that fit your health goals. Don't miss Rescue's biggest thank you of the year. Save 50%, get free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more single bottles. Just use that promo code VIP50 at res-q.com.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Have you been putting off going to the dentist or addressing that complex dental procedure you've been putting off? Well, stop procrastinating. I want to talk to you about my friend, my dentist, and the undisputed master of dental implants, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Dr. Mike is my dentist, my family's dentist, and he is the dentist that other doctors and dentists go to and refer their patients to. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. He's been recognized by his peers for 12 years in a row as the master of complex dentistry. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care. Dr. Mike, it's about compassion and commitment to your health. So when it comes to your health, including your dental health, which is key, you want the best. You deserve the best. Bridget got a beautiful smile upgrade from Dr. Mike last year, and Mama Zioli discovered him for our family, and the whole Zioli family goes to see Dr. Mike Veneria. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminster and Woodbury, make your appointment today, veneriadental.com.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Mainline Today said it, and we couldn't agree more. Kathy Romano is officially the best music radio DJ in Philadelphia. Hear Philly's best every weekday morning on B101, The Kathy Romano Show.
The Birds are back, and another championship run starts now. Don't just watch the season, be part of it. Hit the road with thousands of fellow fans and take over the opposing stadium. Fans of Philly has road trips available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, London, and more. Every trip includes airfare, game tickets, and an exclusive pre-game party. Book your seat today with the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a P.com.
You're invited to the Invitation to Lexus Summer Sales Event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Discover more than an exceptionally crafted vehicle. Experience everything a Lexus makes you feel, from exhilarating performance to inspiring electrification. Explore the redesigned 2026 Lexus IS and the all-new Lexus ES, available in hybrid and electric. Visit the family-owned, veteran-owned, 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Lexus of Cherry Hill. For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It is 7:35. Happy Thursday, Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, as we continue just about 10 minutes out from the Fox News Double Dip Thursday getting off and running. Rich Zioli will join us. Cut sheet to commence right after a quick hello. Which, by the way, I think Zioli, if my math is correct, because I was out last Thursday. So the last time I chatted with Rich was 2 weeks ago. He was at 10 weeks, so this would make 12. 12 weeks was the full recovery time from the heart procedure. So I'm thinking Rich might be 100% full go. Effective 9 minutes from now. We'll find out. One thing that we all found out was that Tony Fauci's a fraud, and he was a liar, and he got exposed, and he allowed his ego to override, other scientific opinions or other contemporaries like a Robert Redfield. And of course, if you're a professional athlete that had basically no chance of dying from COVID, and you said, you know what? I don't think I need that. You were chastised. Woke sports media crushed you. You know, Novak Djokovic, the great tennis player, he was an anti-vaxxer. Kyrie Irving, how dare you? You can't play in Brooklyn Net home games now because you're not vaxxed. And, of course, Aaron Rodgers. Well, he's a Bobby Kennedy guy, so he has to be wrong. Well, when you think about it, if you were 45 or under, in great shape, in the middle of your life, a peak performer in your craft, do you know what the likelihood of dying from COVID was? Well, I do. It was 0.00. I want you to follow this, how many zeros I say here. 0.0000001%. 6 zeros before we get to the 1. Basically, no shot of dying. So, you know, when a guy like Aaron Rodgers says, yeah, I'm going to pass on that, maybe you should just respect his rights and keep it moving. So, obviously, we played for you in Dawn's Big 3 a few days ago, the clip of Aaron Rodgers at Steelers camp with ESPN's Pat McAfee, and he decided to, and it was all orchestrated, like McAfee knew what was going on, and, you know, they all set it up to rip Fauci and give Aaron Rodgers his 5 minutes of getting his pound of flesh for taking all the nonsense that he had to take for deciding I'm going to skip on a vaccine that probably is not going to help me. And oh, by the way, let's also remember, there are people out there that were morbidly obese, that are senior citizens, that might have had cancer or diabetes or compromised immune systems where the benefit of the vaccine outweighed the risk. They decided to take it, and it worked out great for them, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I think we have to not lose sight of that. But now Fauci's lawyer comes out and says that Aaron Rodgers should, quote, stick to football after scorching him on the Pat McAfee show. Aaron Rodgers said, quote, are you kidding me? You get a pardon? And you pleaded over 100 times at the White House? What are you scared of, Tony? Mm-hmm. I thought you were the science. I am science. And you get up there and you can't answer a question? What are we doing? Rodgers said on the Pat McAfee show, to which Fauci's attorney, and I'm assuming this is one of many. Remember, he came in last week with Rand Paul. He had like the dream team of attorneys. David Schertler, Fauci's attorney, was asked by The Athletic, which is owned by the New York Times, to respond to Rodgers' criticism, and he did not hold back, saying, quote, Aaron Rodgers doesn't know what he's talking about. He should stick to football. Let me give you the rest of the quote here.
I love it.
Spending the entire time obsessing over one man is not what you are meant to do. It's basically the, shut up and dribble, stay in your lane, stick to sports nonsense, to which I think Aaron Rodgers has every right. And by the way, has anybody in the media, at least, and I don't buy it because I said Stephen A. Smith, he goes politically whichever which way the wind blows, but at least Stephen A. Smith said, I apologize to Kyrie Irving for ripping him. Has NFL media apologized to Aaron Rodgers?
Nope, nobody's apologized to him.
Has tennis media apologized to Aussie Novak Djokovic? Michael Pelka, our boy stunt brain, big tennis guy, right? Novak Djokovic was banned from playing in the Australian Open, his own national championship open of tennis. They wouldn't allow him in because he wasn't vaccinated. These people, I mean, at a bare minimum, just come out and say, we got it wrong. My bad. Our apologies. Is that too much to ask for here, Dawn Stensland?
No.
Can't you just admit, okay, you know what? The vaccine was not one size fits all. For some people, it was necessary. For others, it was not. Crazy world. It's a crazy take to have. I know. What a hot take by me at 740. But you know what? Not everything is one size fits all.
No. And so you think about it, was as far as all of this goes, I would just say the Zioli always said, the lawyers always win.
And they do.
I think all of those people, and I would say a lot of us probably could get together and try to sue all kinds of people. The lawyers do always win, but maybe it would make the process painful for them to try to hold people accountable.
Well, that's what Road Warrior believes, right? The punishment is the process.
To say we've all, they damaged us. These people at their personal gain damaged us. And what did they know, and when did they know it? That's the key. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think you played it at some point over the last weeks of Fauci at some point was speaking out somewhere, and this came out where right before President Trump took office, but he already had won the election, and Fauci was predicting a pandemic very soon. Mm-hmm. It's kind of amazing and creepy when you look back at.
Remember, he called it was going to be a winter of death. Remember that?
Yeah.
A winter of death for the unvaccinated.
And they did exactly the wrong thing. So to force some sick people into nursing homes, I mean, to do the exact wrong thing, that the worst thing you could do, and then cause all those nursing home deaths, and it just, you have to wonder,
spread like wildfire.
Did they know?
Right.
I mean, you're putting, so the most vulnerable people who died were people, in a nursing home.
Mm-hmm.
Elderly, but they weren't just elderly, they were sick.
Mm-hmm.
Like my dad, at the time was in his late 80s or mid 80s,
Mm-hmm.
and he never got the COVID vaccine, refused to get it, by the way, because he said, you know what, if God takes me, that's God's will. I'm fine, I'm good, I'm healthy, I'm not. And so he refused.
Did he ever, not to pry, or if you want to decline to answer, that's fine. Did he ever come down with COVID?
He did. He got it.
And he managed, and he was just fine?
And they made him go in the hospital. To this day, he swears it was because the nurses just wanted to flirt with him. But I mean, but he was, he just said, I'm really healthy. I'm not getting that. And I've lived through a whole lot. And he refused. And so, but we had a lot of people that age and even younger, like you said, depending on comorbidities, and they're fighting cancer, or they're in a nursing facility for other stuff. So they force, remember the famous quote, I can find it for you, the famous quote with, what was her name? Jody, with the previous New Jersey. Remember they had that big conference call, and we have it. We have the audio, and somebody within the nursing home management system said, but wait, people are going to die.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they knew, the experts knew.
Yeah.
People are going to die, and they did.
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, it's just, I just think it's outrageous as we look back, the fact nobody's going to jail, and you did have people at the top levels who knew.
Yeah. Well, Florida, I think, was one of the leaders in quickly realizing the insanity of COVID and lifting certain measures. So Florida is now leading the way in slapping Fauci with a subpoena, as the COVID doc is now being probed for the profiting off of federal guidance. You might remember Ashley Moody was the Florida AG, and she's now in a different role with Trump's administration. So the new Florida Attorney General, James Uthmeyer, announced yesterday he has issued an investigative subpoena against the NIH Director Fauci.
We have some of the audio if you want to play it.
Yeah, you want to roll it?
23, Phil, if you have 23 up there. James Uthmeyer.
Part of the state's probe into Fauci's awards, incentives, and guidance that impacted Florida residents, and also what money Fauci made.
Won't talk about it. What does that say to you?
It shows me he's got something to hide. He's worried. When you get a presidential blanket pardon, that should provide immunity where you can talk, you can explain your reasoning, you can explain the research. But I think his diary makes clear he was not confident in that research. He doubted it. He doubted it the entire time, but he didn't reveal that publicly. No, he was focused on the mandates and the lockdowns because that would sell. That would help him get the book deal, the agents he wanted to meet. That would help him win awards and fame and fortune. So we have a lot of concerns in Florida. We're going to investigate. If he has violated state law, we will hold him accountable.
Well, there was a huge battle between Florida and the federal government during, over the COVID mandates, the mask mandates, the lockdowns, the vaccine mandates. Fauci did visit the state a few times with Jill Biden, I believe. You're looking into what might have transpired during the time that he was there?
We are. Certainly there's personal jurisdiction over him. He came down many times to advocate for mandates. In the diary, he expresses his frustration that Governor DeSantis is not following in line. He's pushing common sense. And we were right in COVID. We were right. Florida has come out, the free state of Florida, ranked number one in almost every meaningful category because we fought back.
So at the moment, this is a civil case. Do you think it could lead to
starts as a civil inquiry, right, but we're going to tie in all aspects of Florida common law, things ranging from deceptive trade, fraud, public nuisance. Nothing is off the table. Where you have lies and dishonesty that result in people getting hurt, and a lot of people got hurt. This is one of the largest evidences of harm in human history, and if he's personally profiting off of that outside from his government role, he could have problems.
Quote,
Uthmeyer's not wrong, but he is,
I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
This is going to go nowhere.
I agree.
This is again all for show.
Yeah, because we're all getting played.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
We all suffered through this. We all paid.
Right.
Quote, evidence has come to light that he was personally trying to profit off of this. This is outside of his government duties, his official role. Mustard. He's trying to pursue book deals, awards, and get connected with high rollers that might help him come into millions and millions of dollars. This is wrong, and it could go towards a deceptive trade practice, fraud, public nuisance, you name it. I think there's many aspects of Florida law that are now implicated. Yeah, I agree. My two big takes were going to be, number one, this will not result in anything. But in the event I'm dead wrong and it does, that would be a huge political win for Governor Mustard if he has 2028 aspirations, because he would be able to put that up against Rubio and Vance.
Yeah.
And maybe not poll at 4%. He'd be polling at 7%.
He still has the personality of Mustard.
He does, man.
So
he does.
It's never going to go anywhere.
You're right. All right. DeSantis might be polling at 4%, but is Rich Zeoli feeling 100%? I believe it's 12 weeks. Am I wrong, Richard?
Monday. Monday will be 12 weeks since my open heart surgery, Nick. Thank you for remembering.
How we feeling?
We've been praying for you.
Feeling great, buddy. Feeling great.
No, we're not praying for
I
you.
am.
Soccer was hoping I would not recover. Actually, he was hoping I would just go into a deep sleep and never wake up. So was I, though. He's not the only one.
It's true.
We both were.
I was doing it because I knew that's what you wanted me to do.
Yeah, like I said to them when I was in, they were about to, put the drip in. I was like, I want an extra dose, okay?
give me a double.
Yeah, give me whatever you gave Michael Jackson, right?
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I want. And do not resuscitate, starting right now, as a matter of fact. Don't wake me up. But they didn't listen.
It's amazing.
Friggin' doctors at Cooper.
Right, Rich. I'm being chastised as I should be on the YouTube chat for being rude to that caller. I don't know if you're listening. Kyle in Delaware. He called me out. So I had to respond. And
that's what you do. That's what you do. If somebody called. So he drew first blood, Greg, not you. Thank you. That's what you. I didn't hear the call because I was dealing with my children.
Yes.
But I'm sure that if it doesn't take much to get your goat. Am I right, guys?
It's
very easy, actually.
It's true.
He's gonna have to have a meeting with himself later today.
Yeah, the chat. You guys should do a contest. Who's the caller that doesn't piss Greg off? You know what I mean? Or the YouTube chatter who doesn't.
No, for the most part, I like the YouTube chatters. Even if they come after me, it's fun. But it's just the smarmy nature of that caller. It's I expect black and white things from Greg, but not you two. It's oh, you're a dummy. You're just dumb.
Kyle is not a dummy.
He's like tariffs are good. Tariffs are good. Yeah, tell me one way tariffs are good. Tell me one way tariffs are good. But
I told
cool.
you.
Yeah,
specifically.
Okay. Thank you.
Dawn's defending a Trump policy. I'm shocked by that. I didn't see that coming.
Section 301 tariffs.
What's next? Do you have kids? I mean, it's every day there's a new surprise.
Right.
Me? I have boys.
You have boys?
Welcome to the party, Richard. Do you want to start the cut sheet?
Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, it's your show. I'm just here to hang.
Woo, hang,
till
baby.
Jimmy Fallon comes in.
Yeah.
On the cut sheet.
You can.
What's on the cut sheet on this Thirsty Thursday?
By the way, too, Rich, you can hang with Falo when you don't have to leave.
No, he doesn't like. No, he does not like to be upstage. Please, please. It's a whole thing. It's in his contract at Fox. I was on his radio show Tuesday. I like to go back at some point. So since I'm not on his TV show anymore.
Wow.
Well, it's
he just, since I'm doing more newsy stuff, he doesn't think I should be doing the comedy stuff. So it's fine,
Plus, you didn't get the spray tan, the Fox News spray tan that he
did not. I'm getting that today. I'm doing Martha today, so I'm going to get that around 3:35. Yeah.
Make sure you just wear that paper thong.
And by the way, did you guys notice Trump's hair is very blonde again? Did you notice that?
Yes.
I didn't notice the blonde, but as much it looks thicker. Did you see how thick it looked?
It is. I think he's going full on. As a guy who wears a toupee, no, I'm just kidding. But it definitely looks very blonde and very thick and full.
It was full. I saw that last night when he was chasing that little kid on stage. I'm like, his hair looks like he's gotten about 20% thicker.
I thought it was a Trump impersonator at first. I really did. And whatever cure Bobby Kennedy has for baldness, I hope he releases it to the general public very soon, I
hope he gives it to me
Nick, this
first.
could transform everying for you in a matter of days.
Can you imagine Nick with hair?
If I had hair and lost 30 pounds, sky's the limit.
Woohoo.
Sky's the limit.
You have an OnlyFans page.
Might be relegated to that one day.
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Also, Riccioli's Thursday appearance is brought to you by the Grand Hotel of Cape May,
We're going to be
New
there
Jersey.
tomorrow.
That's right. Woo! There's still time to book your summer vacation at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. Call 800-257-8550 or visit them at grandhotelcapemay.com to book your summer getaway today. Rich will be broadcasting live from there tomorrow. Afternoon Drive. You return to Afternoon Drive for one day and one day only.
That's it.
One
3
day,
to 6 p.m.
3 to 6
Just
p.m.
like old school. Yeah, that's right.
So if you're on the fence about going down to Grand, it's supposed to be a nice day. Get down there.
Yep.
Start the weekend early.
Nobody's doing anything
That's
now.
true.
Don't pretend like you're working. It's August.
Right.
Like, I feel like our country since COVID, we've all just adopted the European model of vacationing.
Right.
You know, everybody seems to be away right now. Nobody's doing anything. So just come down to the Grand and hang with us.
Absolutely. Grand Hotel of Cape May. Rand Paul was interviewed yesterday, and he mentioned some other people that he'd like to bring in for questioning, including Bill Gates.
Okay. I'd be all for it.
Yeah.
How about some people that, like, maybe aren't famous? Like that maybe had a hand in all of this, you know, maybe
the underlings.
Yeah, here's the problem with a lot of this is that when you bring in you bring in Fauci and you bring in Bill Gates, it gets the headlines and it gets but it doesn't actually accomplish anything. Nothing's going to happen to Fauci. Nothing's going to happen to Bill Gates.
What about Deborah Birx?
I mean,
bring in the scarf.
Bring in the I mean, their names were named in Fauci's diary.
Yeah.
So what about those people?
Sure.
Right.
Yes, I agree. I think that there's a lot of little minions who worked under Fauci and around Fauci. Peter Daszak, all those people, but they're the names you don't know.
Right.
They're the people that were running this day to day.
Yes.
Bring them in. You know, some little hack who is going to sit there and here's the thing, and this really burns me because Congress has a constitutional obligation to do oversight of the executive branch. If these little weasels come in and just plead the fifth, how are we ever going to hold the executive branch of government accountable? We can't. So like the whole Fifth Amendment thing, I mean, it's a deal where it's like you come in, you have to answer questions. Well, you can't be incriminated for anything you say, but we need to hold this other branch of government accountable. If every time an executive branch official or former official or bureaucrat comes in and pleads the Fifth Amendment, like that's it. Congress has lost its oversight powers. Think about that. So, I mean, I want accountability, but there's a lot of people who may still be working, by the way, in government who were tied to this.
That's true. I'm sure there's people at the NIH still employed that work
Yeah.
under, yeah, absolutely.
Let's roll Rand Paul.
You talked about Bill Gates. Is he someone you'd like to talk to? He was in high-level meetings shaping America's COVID policy. You also, after last week's hearing, mentioned other people surrounding Fauci that you would be calling in potentially to the Hill.
We're going to call his assistant, who said she deleted a lot of his records. As far as Bill Gates, I think the most important thing we've learned so far is that he wants to find and identify all the viruses in the world. It sounds noble at first, sounds like it might even be a good idea until you think about it. So if a virus is buried 300 feet underground in bat guano, 15 hours away from a major city in China, does it make sense to take a virus that doesn't interact with humans very often and bring it to a city of 15 million people? So I think that idea of Bill Gates is a bad one, but they do more than that. They take the virus to Wuhan, and then they mix and match parts of that virus with other viruses, and then they try to infect humanized mice. This whole procedure can train or push the evolution of a virus towards infecting humans. So they call it virus identification, but in the end, it has elements of gain of function and is actually very dangerous.
Rich, I remember so many times arguing with a couple of my liberal relatives over the dangers of gain of function research, and they're like, they're trying to get ahead of it. They're always trying to be two steps ahead. I'm like, well, this Robert Redfield cat, he's kind of like on par with Fauci. You want to compare their resumes, they're pretty close to equal. He was the guy sounding the alarm for the most part of the dangers of this. Yeah, you play with fire, you get burned sometimes.
Yeah, it's like you make Frankenstein's monster in case Frankenstein's monster ever escapes and destroys the village. Well, that's exactly what happened here. So just stop making Frankenstein's monster. I mean, they've never found COVID-19 in nature. To this day, they've never found it actually in a bat or a pangolin or a raccoon dog. They've just never found these things. So it was obviously man-made for that, like, because by now we would have discovered it, you would think. And just stop making viruses. It's not that complicated, but they won't. There's too much money in it. They get the money to create it, and then they get the money for the treatment.
Yeah.
Also, Senator Rand Paul, questioning why did Gates, he's a private citizen, he's not a government official. How come he had this high-level Department of Energy, a Q security clearance, which is like a top clearance? Why for Bill Gates? And who else had those?
Yeah. The answer is because they did a lot of government contracting. So a lot of people in the private sector have those clearances. People that work in the defense industry, AI, tech, they get those in exchange, to do the work. But look, you bring him in, you say, maybe not him, but somebody else. You say, we're not going to charge you. We're giving you immunity, but you got to spill the beans on everybody. This way they can't rely on the fifth, and we can start naming names of people. Like, who are all the people that worked to help cover up the fact that these effers knew that this virus was man-made? Person-made, human-made. I don't want to offend anybody this early in the morning. It was human-made, and why can't these people just give us the details on the cover-up and the process and everything else?
I agree.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe buttons while you're there.
Hey, you guys are killing it with your YouTube views.
Thank you. Rich, Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski spotted spending time together in Minnesota.
Yeah, baby.
No way.
Release the tapes.
Imagine this.
No way.
Imagine this. Roll this. I think we have some video here. There they are. Look at
straw hat.
She has a straw hat. They're eating dinner at a little table, taking selfies together.
As her husband or ex-husband is at home taking weird pictures of him wearing women's stuff.
Right.
Yeah. I guess I really can't blame Kristi when Corey's more manly than.
Is Corey married?
Yes, with kids.
Yeah, he's been married for a while.
Yeah. It doesn't stop some people though.
Yeah.
Where is that? Is that the Jersey Shore? Where is that?
It's Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota.
No, actually, that was the Grand Hotel.
Yeah, it's the Grand Hotel where Rich will be tomorrow afternoon from 3 to 6.
My special guest tomorrow live, Corey Lewandowski and Kristi Noem.
You better have
joining us.
Kristi.
Yeah.
But the truth is, it should have been the Grand because what happens at the Grand Hotel stays.
Right.
True.
Damn right.
That wouldn't have come out.
Somebody would have ripped that camera away from that little Karen and smashed it. You know what I mean?
How much of these two, hooking up, do you think played into Trump's firing of Kristi Noem, Rich?
Very little.
Yeah. Very little.
If anything, that kept her on longer. Like that was job security for her, I think.
Oh God!
I mean, it's not like Trump didn't know what was going on. You know what I mean?
It's not
worst kept secret.
Right.
Remember all those pictures of him helping her move into her DC apartment?
Yeah.
He's like carrying the boxes like a little beta, boy. He's like, I got the pots and pans, Kristi.
You know what though? On a serious front, I kind of respect that about the swamp in Washington D.C. Like now, she wasn't good at her job in that role, with DHS and the border and all that stuff. The stupid commercial with the horseback and the cowgirl hat. But like, if she was good or if he's good, I couldn't care less who's sleeping with who and who's banging who. Like, that should be the new mantra in all workplaces. We would have far more productive workplaces if we didn't give a rip about who's sleeping with who. Just perform your job duties.
Does anybody care if these two are No, I just think it's funny that they denied it for so long, and TMZ caught up with them in Minnesota. You know what I mean?
They made the plane into a private love shack. Like, I mean, it wasn't. They weren't hiding it. It was. They were making out at Mar-a-Lago. Like, I mean, there wasn't. The difference, though, is that in D.C., they do keep secrets better because everybody is sleeping around in D.C. and drinking and doing drugs. And so, I mean, like, finding the 5 unicorns that don't engage in that behavior or don't have, like, closeted secrets, it's similar to Greg finding a caller that doesn't piss him off. You know what I mean? That's really what you're talking about.
That's well said.
It's true. I apologize. I apologize to Kyle and Delaware. I apologize as I reflect. It's been a lot of reflection over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
See, Kyle, I've never gotten an apology before. That's a big day. It's a big step.
That's big.
Rich, your favorite, Bernie Sanders.
Yes.
Says that so there's this split, there's this riff rift in the Democrat Party over the old school Democrats, the James Carvilles, the Bill Maher's, the classic liberals that we should that we talk about. John Fetterman, I guess you could put him there too, and Bernie Sanders and his wing. Well, he was asked to pick over James Carville or Hassan Piker. Well, guess what? Guess which one he picked. This is cut 35.
Cut 35.
Does it play automatically, or do I have to do something on my end?
Someone like James Carville says he doesn't want to be in the same political party as Hassan Piker. Which one are you going to take?
Well, that's not much of a choice. If Mr. Carville doesn't want to be in my party, the party that I belong to, that Piker, that El Sayed belongs to, he can start his own party.
Wow.
Look, what we are doing now is, you could turn the tables around and say,
it's
do you
my
really
party.
want to be in a party where your leadership is taking huge amounts of money from AIPAC, which is supporting an extremist Netanyahu government that many of us believe
drink. He said AIPAC.
Do you want to be in a party with people who do that? Do you want to be in a party which has not stood up to the AI industry because they got a lot of money from AI or from crypto? So you could pick, you could pick whatever you want to pick. But I think we need a big tent, and I think people like Piker should be welcome into that, certainly.
Piker.
So
there you go.
Piker or
the Piker
Carville,
party.
Huh?
Piker.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, so it's a big tent, but James Carville's not welcome. So think about that.
Yep. Neither.
Yeah, it's a big tent. We welcome everybody except the following people: James Carville, Bill Maher, John Fetterman.
Look, I'm no fan of James Carville, but
I love his rants.
You're telling me that
I'm tired of his rants.
You have, so am I.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're great.
Enough. It's so performative.
Yeah.
Give me a break already.
He's old.
He's in the coffin like the Crypt Keeper.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's like, I swear these effing Democrats. Blah blah blah. It's like, well, then leave the party.
You listen to this, you listen good.
Yeah. I mean, come on. But that being said, he's way more sensible, and I can't believe I'm saying that because he's a lunatic. He's way more sensible than Hassan Piker is.
Oh, of course.
What are you doing?
Piker wants blood in the streets due to capitalism. But here's the thing with Bernie. Sometimes you finally get your wish and your dream come true at that last little tidbit of your life. Bernie's starting to see it come to fruition, what he wanted 10 years ago so badly. And now he's just more like he's in an advisory role to the young communists out there that are actually maybe starting to make headway where Bernie couldn't, other than the fact that he's been serving what? Has he been in the Senate now for 24 years?
He's never held an actual job. He's been sucking off the government teat for his entire life.
He's total fraud.
Total fraud.
Yeah.
Total fraud.
Capitalism has done him wonders.
And has made millions of. I made it off my books. Okay, great.
No, that's not true.
His books.
You don't make that much money off.
For those of you who don't know, Hassan Piker is the podcaster who said in August of 2019 that America deserved 9/11.
Yep.
And then we all played at some point, remember, in the fall of 2025, he was accused of animal abuse because even his own followers, he was zapping his dog with the dog collar.
Yeah, in my opinion, he's a sociopath.
Oh, I agree. 100%.
You know what I mean? Yeah, he's just and by the way, he has a huge following.
Yeah.
So I'm not poo-pooing that, and it's super scary. He does have a huge following. I don't know how many people are just tuning in just to see the train wreck, or people actually believe what he says. I kind of tend to think that a lot of people believe what he says, especially Gen Z.
I agree.
I do. I think there's just, there's so many young, angry people out there, and also people that don't want to work. Did you guys see the story about the stay-at-home boyfriends? I talked about this yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole generation now of guys. I don't know these women, why they're with these guys. They must have gigantic, whatever, but they don't want to work, so they find these women who have jobs, and then they just leech off them all day. And it's not even like a stay-at-home kid situation. That's one thing, but they don't even have kids. They literally just play Xbox all day and watch Marvel movies, and then the woman comes home, and I guess they order Grubhub for her, and that's their life. And they don't want to change. They're bragging about it. There was a time, and we've all, maybe been out of a job or something like that, and it was tough on us, but we wanted to get back out there. These guys are start bragging about the fact that they don't work.
Right.
That's crazy.
I just want to have a wife that pays all the bills, and I'll be a stay-at-home and golf husband.
Still think that a socialist isn't going to be running the country soon?
No, zero chance. I've told you.
Okay.
You're going to lose that bet.
Okay.
You're going to lose.
Speaking of socialism.
Can I just clarify something? This is important. Stay-at-home boyfriends and cabana boys, they do cook. They're not ordering takeout.
Hey, I'll make clam tacos.
Just pointing that out. Sorry.
I love that Dawn's like cabana boys. Like her mind went right there.
Right.
They do lather sunscreen and they cook.
Yes.
Okay. Give these beta males their due.
That's right.
Rich, I know there's a lot of things you despise about your governor there, Mickey.
Mikey.
But
Mickey Sherrill.
I want to see if you agree with her on this horrendous take by her. But you're a New Jersey guy, so maybe you do. Roll this.
Best cheesesteaks actually aren't in Philly. They're right here in Jersey, and we're about to go have one. This is Donkey's Place. Right here is where you get the best. So let's go inside.
Right there
I
in
have a friend who's in from California, and he said, "Oh, I've heard of a really great cheesesteak place you have to go to." And I said, "Where?" And he goes, "Donkey's Place." I said, "Oh, that's where I'm headed. I'm really excited to be here."
Do you want to make a cheesesteak today?
I'd love to make a cheesesteak today.
Oh boy.
They'll be yours.
Okay, these are mine.
Oh god.
So we got to make
this
3
is
no onions.
nauseating.
Take 3 pieces of cheese. Put it right on top of that.
Okay.
You like onions, right?
I love it. Yeah.
So we'll do one for you real quick.
We have a real life Pennsylvanian.
Philadelphia.
Here, Philadelphia even. Here in Jersey getting a cheesesteak. So this is your secret.
Just shake this right on there. Yep.
Okay, tell me
A
when.
little more.
Oh, wow, okay.
This is
Take this one.
Okay.
Right on top of that.
How are your
roll.
property
So
taxes,
bunch of that on there as you
Rich?
like.
Any suggestions?
My energy bill's $1,000 this month, but thank you for making cheesesteaks, Gov.
All right.
Well done.
I guess she's in Camden kissing Norcross's ring, and so she decided to stop over for
Wow. We gotta show this off a
It's
little.
a cheesesteak on a Kaiser roll.
Look at this.
Yeah, that's how they make it there.
Really?
This
Yeah.
looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's a round roll, and it's
Yeah.
got a special sauce on it, and it's good, but
Yeah, it looks good.
I would put Lilo's Tomato Pie in Hainesport as the best cheesesteak in New Jersey.
So
Wow.
a tomato pie place that does a great cheesesteak.
Yeah, I actually think the cheesesteak's better than the pizza. Portnoy reviewed the pizza, and I think he gave it like almost a 9.2 or so.
Oh,
Very, very high
that's a
score.
huge
Very
score,
high.
yeah.
And it is a good tomato pie. It's like old school Trenton style. But the cheesesteak is, oh my God, that's epic. But you know, what's the name of the place? What's the place that everybody lines up for? It used to be in Jersey, and they moved across the river. They're opening a Jersey location. You know, the one
Yeah, that
down
one.
on,
Yeah, that spot.
everybody lines up for hours.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, in Delco, Tina Fey's like.
No.
Oh.
Down in South Philly on like 9th Street, by the Italian market. What's the name of the?
First,
They were in Jersey for a long time. Damn it! Now somebody's gonna. What?
Jim's, Steve's.
No.
no. Is it Del Frisco's?
No.
D'Alessandro's?
No.
Tony Luke's.
Can somebody on the YouTube chat save me here?
Sorry.
Nobody in the YouTube chat eats cheesesteaks.
New Jersey.
Jim's?
Does New Jersey have better cheesesteaks than Philadelphia, Rich Zioli? You're the New Jersey guy. Angelo's?
Angelo's, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
T-Bays.
Angelo's was in Haddonfield for the longest time. Then they moved to South Philly, and everybody lines up there, and they're actually like they're kind of in a weird way like friends because. In the 2024 election, I went down there with a camera and I started talking to some residents in South Philly. And this guy comes over who's since passed away who claimed to be the owner of Angelo's. He wasn't. He was the neighbor. But he like hangs out there all day. And so they sent me a note and they're like, Rich, you say in the video this guy's the owner, but he's not. Like, we're the owners. And I said, well, he said he was the owner. They're like, yeah, it's what he does, you know? And I said, well, come on my show and talk about it. And they were going to, but then we just never worked it out. But yeah, it's good stuff.
All right, so do you agree with Mickey that you are that New Jersey has better cheesesteaks than Philly?
No, I think it depends. I think Delco has great cheesesteaks too. That place, what's the place you said, Dawn? That place is great.
Yes, and they've just expanded too.
Yeah. Was it D'Alessandro's?
No.
No.
No? You gonna say the name or not?
No.
No.
Okay.
I was looking up.
I'm hungry.
Angelo's. Wait a minute. Fat Angie's place does cheesesteaks and he competes with Skinny Joey. Huh. I didn't
I've
even know
seen
that.
some of the Skinny
I've had his
Joey
pizza.
videos.
I didn't even realize it.
The Skinny Joey videos are a little low energy. I've seen him on X. I have no interest in going.
Well, I'm always dieting, so it's all amazing to me.
Yeah, I'm always not dieting, and I'm always hungry.
I'll just say this: if it doesn't have seeds on the roll, I'm not eating it.
Well,
I will not eat a cheesesteak without a seeded roll. I won't do it.
Yeah, but don't you have like the diverticulate? Who has the diverticulate? If you have diverticulitis,
I had that too. I had that as well.
You shouldn't have that then.
Yeah,
and I'm due for Ebola, by the way. That's the next
God.
one. Yeah, we already scheduled. They're going to remove my appendix next year.
That's true.
So,
but
no, the sesame seeds make the roll, Dawn. It's got to be crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside, and
We want to
just
keep you
nice.
out of the
and,
hospital.
Right.
Just saying.
No,
But
that's an old wives' tale.
So you were thinking of Pica's Italian Market?
No.
Yes, that's the one in Delco.
Yeah, that's what you were
It's
thinking,
Pica's.
Rich.
Yeah, that.
Yes, Dawn.
You're asking me about Delco,
Okay, Dawn.
Upper Darby, but
I thought they closed.
no, but then they recently reopened.
Okay, good.
At the new one, it's Pica's Italian Market in Broomall.
They're really nice people over there.
Yeah.
They're listeners,
Yes, we
so
love you.
They're good people. I'm
are.
glad they're reopened.
Let's stay in New Jersey, shall we? This woman,
New Jersey.
this woman, this is 13. This woman complained about, and we're all well, except for Nick. Nick doesn't like the Jersey Shore because he's a communist.
Yeah. I like my red state shores. That's all.
Yes, Danny's the name of the owner of Angelo's. That's correct.
This woman complains about paying $10,000 for a Jersey Shore rental for the week and having to walk to the beach.
Oh, I saw this woman.
Yeah. Let's roll this.
We pay $10,000 to come down to the Jersey Shore. These houses you rent, and you need to bring your own sheets, toilet paper, paper towels, no food. You gotta bring your own coffee.
Okay.
Everything.
Who supplies food at their shore house?
Every year I'm like, this is
It's not a
this is
hotel.
such a racket. But here I am. No parking. You need to walk to the beach with all of your crap. Basically, we're paying $10,000 a camp.
Yeah, she'll be voting socialist this fall.
She's not wrong.
She pays $10,000.
Yeah, that's what it costs.
Well,
Yeah, no,
but
I
she
know.
has a choice. She made a bad choice.
Right.
Right.
No, it's but here's what I don't understand. Like, did you not know what you were getting at the Jersey Shore when you booked your rental? I know. Like, yeah, I mean, I've been going there since I was a kid. It's expensive.
Yeah.
What's next? You're going to complain about crowds? Like, oh, and there's people on the beach. And you can't park. She's like, you can't park anywhere. You got to walk to the beach. Yeah, unless you want to spend like $50,000 with a beachfront rental.
Right.
That's why I say don't do a shore house. Do the Grand Hotel of Cape May because you don't have to worry about doing it. I'm serious.
I know. I'm glad you worked in your plug there.
Yeah,
but if you rent a house, what do you expect is going to happen? Is what I don't understand. Like, you're so shocked that you're like, oh my God, there's no food. Like, who stocks their place with food for their renters?
Exactly.
Well, there are services down the shore that they'll do maid service daily. They'll bring all the sheets and towels. They'll have the food in there, but it's a fortune.
But wouldn't you want your own sheets and towels to begin with?
Right.
No.
Really? You trust somebody else's that's been really?
You do that at a hotel.
Well,
not that I do it because my husband wouldn't let me.
Wait
but
a minute.
If I could, I would.
The person who, when something expires after a day, throws it out, you're going to sleep on somebody else's sheets?
Wait, she throws it out 2 days before the expiration date, Greg, just to be safe.
Yes,
Come on.
That is true.
Well, I got to be honest, Dawn. I got to defend you there. When there's any cold cuts in the house or anything like that,
Listeria.
Like if it says best buy or use by or sell by August 6th, and it's August 6th, I'm tossing it. Kristen loses her mind. I'm like, you and your parents are in the food industry. You know this stuff. What do you? Don't be a cheapskate. There's like 3 slices of turkey left. Throw it out,
guys. There's so much preservatives and crap on that quote unquote turkey that you're eating. It's barely turkey. That it could probably last through a nuclear war.
You smell that stuff, and then you see the little tint.
Yeah,
it gets that
tint.
metallic neon like glow
It's
to it.
nasty.
Ugh.
But back to the shore.
The hell
all
are
I
you
said
buying
was,
turkey? Where?
I know.
My Acme.
Yeah. Blah. So here's the thing. Back to the shore. All I said was there are some nice services that are fantastic, and they will, but it's expensive, but they will bring the sheets and the towels, and they smell like bleach. It's like a hotel style service at the Jersey Shore. It's expensive. but they do exist.
That's
all I was saying.
I don't want them to smell like bleach. I want them to smell like fabrics.
Well, they smell like that too.
Okay.
I just the way that she's so shocked about all this.
Agreed.
Right.
So she sounds like she's lives in our area.
Yeah.
That's number one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bet she's not her first time at the Jersey Shore. So she's like, let me get the camera. I'll go on there and I'll complain about the Jersey Shore and we'll go viral and we'll get a free funnel cake at the boardwalk and hang upside down on a ride. Let's do it with my white shirt with a painted bra on it or whatever it is. What is that?
Yep.
It's a painted bikini.
Yeah.
On a white T-shirt.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what she's wearing.
She went to college and majored in general studies. She owes $82,000 in debt. She's a dummy.
No, she's not. All the moms say what she's saying. And then you have a girlfriend who hands you what looks like this, like a Stanley cup, like a coffee cup.
Yeah.
But it's actually hard mom lemonade.
Yeah.
And they're like, here.
Yeah.
And then
I love
you go
hard
to the
mom
beach
lemonade.
and that's
Yeah.
just it. So every mom is saying what she's saying because it's ridiculous. And
It is.
the Airbnbs are, so every Airbnb across the country, if you do that whole Airbnb thing, they have sheets and towels, except at the Jersey Shore. Because the tradition is, no. The moms just traditionally, like, we just put up with it, that you go and you pack the minivan and your husband's like, oh, well, I have to work separately that day, so I'm just going to show up, and everything's like moved in.
This is a
therapy
this is-
session
I
right
was
now.
going to say this.
And you got to have
this
everything.
is all hypothetical, right?
It's all
Dawn? Like, you're not
hypothetical.
saying that this ever happened to you,
And then
but
and then it's like, you get there and you're like, all right, not for nothing, but this is not vacuum processing. You got to vacuum and make up the beds. And it's like,
and
work.
there's no pool in case the weather's
No,
bad.
there's no
You're
pool.
stuck inside all day.
No, it's not
Well,
the freaking Grand Hotel. You don't have an indoor
Nope, it's
pool
not.
and an outdoor pool.
No, you don't.
And maid service daily. It's
and
not a
right,
vacation.
literally, you have to walk 10 feet to the
Yes.
freaking beach. You got to cross the street. That's it.
Let's
So let's just go to the Grand Hotel because, or let's just admit that moms like that are the goddesses of the universe because we never get a real vacation.
Oh boy.
Unless you go to the Grand Hotel. I'm just
First of
hypothetically
all,
speaking
when
here.
you're a parent with kids, and I think Stalker is going to start to appreciate this if he hasn't already, based on Dylan's age. But when you are a parent with kids, you don't go on vacation. You go on trips. Okay,
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
a big difference.
Yeah.
Like, in my mind,
Exactly.
vacation is I'm sitting by the pool, I'm napping, I'm day drinking, I'm
Yes.
eating chips and guacamole.
Yes.
That's not what you do
No.
with kids.
No.
You go on vacation, you're playing in the pool with them,
Yes.
you're dragging them. Like,
Yes.
it is work the entire time.
100%. Unless you're
Bridget
Nick.
and I have not been on vacation in 12 years.
Yes, it's true.
Napping and day drinking might be vacation for some. That's what I call Monday through Friday.
I was going to say, unless, like, Rich, that's you and I because we're present fathers, unlike Nick Kayal, who just drinks Tito's
Who's
and
sitting on the
gambles all day.
lounge
Yeah,
chair.
exactly.
Well, but let me ask
Letting
you
his
this.
wife do all the work.
Exactly. Cape May aside, or this lady spending 10 grand, but you're going on. Okay, so two different things here. If you're going on vacation with a bunch of adults and you want to have those evenings where you're at the shore house, have a little fire pit or whatever, or you want to get up early and you're having breakfast at the shore house. But if you're just taking your kids for like a 4-day, 3-night vacation to insert whatever beach town, aren't you supposed to be out at the beach or at the pool or on the boardwalk most of the day? Whatever happened to just finding something that's affordable, you're going to maybe take a nap at, you're going to sleep at, and you're going to go in and get a shower? Like, why are you spending 10 grand on something that you're going to spend like 5% of your vacation time in? It seems like a poor investment.
Have you ever been to the Jersey Shore?
He clearly hasn't.
Yeah.
Yes,
What
I
do you
have.
think?
Why don't you? I got an idea for Nick. Nick, why don't you just rent a place in Camden and then drive to the beach every day, and then drive back?
Yeah.
Just do that.
It's true.
It won't cost
So,
you 10 grand. I mean, what the hell are you talking about? If you want a house that's within like where you could possibly walk to the beach without, because you can't
Right.
park anywhere down there.
Right.
That's what you're going to spend if it's a big
Yes.
enough place. And they don't have small places anymore.
No.
Everything's getting torn down and
Yep.
rebuilt into these monstrosities. I'm not saying that's a bad or good thing. I'm just saying
Okay.
like that's what's happening. So, like when I was a kid, we used to go to Lavalette, New Jersey, Ocean Beach. They had these little bungalows. Sandy came in and destroyed the whole place. Everybody rebuilt, getting their government money from the storm,
Right.
and they just went straight up. And they're all massive houses. My buddy has a house in Longport. We go there all the time. It was a little 2-bedroom rancher. And it blew it out, and it's now four levels. Right. Everybody's doing that now at the Jersey Shore.
Yep.
So it's just driving up prices of rentals, and not every town allows rentals, by the way. Like Longport doesn't. Margate does, but it just also depends on the town. So then you've got limited inventory. And nobody wants to stay in Ocean City because there's no booze.
Well, how about this?
So they stay there, and then they have to. They got to bring in their booze.
Ocean City. I
You
said
go to
this.
Circle Liquor on your way in, and you buy a huge supply for the week.
I
It's
said
really
this last
simple.
week, and I got excoriated for it. Ocean City is completely overrated.
I heard you say that. I was listening in the car when you said that.
Completely overrated. It's an overrated town. Here's speaking of Ocean City. This is one of these amusement park rides. It malfunctioned on the Ocean City boardwalk. Let's roll some of this.
There's like
Riders are stuck upside down.
I don't see them. If they're upside down, they're on the ground level, basically.
They're up top. They're hanging upside down.
Upside down.
Why do I have to explain everything to you?
They're in the darkness, just like me. Wow. Well, that's not that high, though.
Yeah, it really is.
When you're upside down?
Oh, trust me, you're not going to catch me in that spot, but like, I mean, it's not like an upside down.
I just want to know this. When did my mother show up to help out? Did you hear that woman?
No.
Yeah, Mama's
The woman's like, it's okay, but it's okay, honey.
Somebody needs to be telling them.
Just blood rushing to your head.
Wow. Well, that's funny.
Yeah, boardwalk rides.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no interest.
So much
good
fun.
stuff.
Who does the board ride? Well, your kids now are a little old. Your kids are 30, Dawn. Why do you still
They're
go
not
on rides
30.
with them?
David's still a teenager.
Oh my God.
Greg, in 5 years, she's going to let them try cotton candy.
Oh my God. Rich, who does the rides with your youngest daughter? Is it you or Bridget?
It just depends on the ride. No, it depends on the ride. You know what I mean? It really
if
does.
it's the little train, although Jillian's is closed now, so
Jillian's. In Ocean City.
In Ocean City.
Yeah, there's only one. There's only one amusement park on the Ocean City board. There's a water park though. The water park's pretty
It's
fun.
awesome.
Yeah,
And they do
we like
birthday
doing
parties.
that.
They do birthday parties, by the way.
Yeah, we like doing that. That's fun. But like if we go to the Wildwood Boardwalk, it just depends on the ride. I'm not a big roller coaster fan.
Yeah.
Thank God. Patrick isn't either. So Reagan has no fear. She's 6 and just nothing scares that girl.
The
So
best.
yeah.
So
She'll do anything. Log flume. She'll parachute into the ocean. She doesn't care. Whatever. Ride a great white shark. She'll do it.
I only do the merry-go-round. That's about it.
The merry-go-round.
How does the horse?
Yeah,
How does it?
Yeah, have Borowski
Are
do
you
a
in the
little AI
stationary
video of me,
stationary car thing on the carousel? You know,
That's me. Yeah.
He's on the merry-go-round and he rides it like a lady with his legs to the side. No, I'm teasing.
Let's stick at the Jersey Shore. It's a Jersey theme today for my New Jersey friend Rich Zioli. This is this happened in Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Kid's birthday party berated in viral video by New Jersey pizzeria staffer over bringing their own cake. So they had a kid's birthday party at a pizzeria, as Rich would say, and they asked the employee for a knife so they can cut the cake. A group of customers visiting a Jersey Shore boardwalk pizzeria was met with intense hostility from an employee after they asked for a knife to slice a birthday cake they had bought for a child's party, according to a viral video of the incident. Well, now, did they just go into this restaurant and say, okay, we're going to celebrate here? Or did they, you know what I mean? Or did they rent the place out? I guess that's my question.
If you
I would assume they ordered some pizzas, right?
So they ordered some pizzas, just sat down and say, okay, this is where our kid's birthday party is going to be? I don't know.
Or they brought an outside competitor's food product in. I mean, if I own a diner and I see somebody come in for breakfast with a cup of Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks, I'm probably gonna say something to them.
Actually, but Greg just hit on a point which maybe you need to try. You just go into a place like, here's your birthday party. Here we go. And the guy's looking at you like, what is happening here? Whip out balloons and, suddenly a guy comes in to do face painting. And you're like, what is happening?
The controversial altercation occurred on Saturday at Joey's Tomatoes, located on the Jenkinson Boardwalk in Point Pleasant Beach, where the group had visited under the impression that they were allowed to bring the outside cake to their celebration. So no, they didn't rent this place. They literally just bought a cake.
Yeah, they brought the cake and Elio's pizza, and they went inside and they They brought it all. They brought everything. Like, can we just use some tables? Is that all right?
During the brouhaha, the restaurant staffer seemed to lose it when the revelers asked for a knife to cut the dessert, demanding, "You don't just walk into a restaurant and do whatever you want," and asking them, "How about if I come to your house with a cake?" So this, of course, because the day and age we live, was all caught on camera video. Let's roll this.
I come to your house with my cake, my don't do whatever I want to your house. Is that appropriate? Every all gonna go to her house with the birthday cake, okay? That's a good idea.
It's dead in here.
You didn't call, you didn't make arrangements, you just didn't walk into a restaurant and do whatever you want. It's inappropriate. And you want us an apology. I don't know if you made anything. Have a good day.
Yeah.
You've been here since 1990. Done that. 1990, it's inappropriate. It's a restaurant.
It's a 5-year-old birthday party. It's a 5-year-old birthday party. We just want to cut the cake.
How about if I just come to your house with a cake and
Okay.
do whatever
I
I
would
want?
say yeah.
Can we get a knife to cut the birthday cake?
All right. Let me just say though, for the record, like if you're not watching YouTube,
Yeah.
the place is busy, but it's not that busy, and they are. I think they're eating, right? And it looks like they came in, took over a table, put balloons on the table, and started eating, and then they wanted to do the cake.
I mean, did they order any food from the place they're sitting at?
I would assume so.
Okay, well then they have, I guess, some defense. But if you just go in there and I'm going to have a cake at a pizza shop.
No, but if you go in there and you order a pizza and you bring in a cake and you celebrate
And there's Nick
somebody's
Kale.
and you celebrate somebody's birthday.
I rule in favor of the owners of the establishment.
So that I will
I need
say,
more context.
I'm looking.
This is entitlement. Why do you feel entitled to bring
a
in
large
another
plain pizza is $42. There are claims online from different people that they said that this family is a big party and that they spent about $250 on pizza.
Okay.
But they brought the cake for the 5-year-old because Joey's does not sell a birthday cake.
Right. They're a pizza place.
So they're a pizza place. So they brought their own cake only because they don't.
They brought their own cheese, sauce, and crust.
So they're saying they did spend hundreds of dollars on pizza and drinks, but they asked for a knife to cut the cake.
Well, that brings up the question then. Okay, so all right, so they spent $250 on pizzas and whatever. Are they allowed to bring in a cake and just be like, okay, this is your birthday party now?
If you owned it, what would you do?
I feel like I would be the same thing. I would do the same thing the owners are doing.
So would I.
Right?
So would I. Especially if they were taking up a table, eating the cake for dessert, when I have people trying to get in to buy more of my pizza.
And
right?
yes, and in what world can you bring outside food into a restaurant?
Right.
You can't.
Right.
The family says they spent about $250 on 4 large pizzas
doesn't
with
matter,
assorted
though,
toppings,
right?
all the different drinks, and they claim that they called the restaurant beforehand, they claim, and were told that bringing a cake would be allowed. So they claim that they did call in advance.
And we have too many cooks in the kitchen.
And that they said that somebody got upset because they asked for a knife to cut the cake.
Okay.
And so and they even offered to pay, this is their claim, they said that they even offered to pay a cake cutting fee to the server. When you
cake cutting fee?
Well, because it's almost like when you bring a bottle of wine,
Right.
but you'll
Corkage
pay,
charge.
right?
Yeah.
And so essentially, they were saying, "Look, you can cut it, you can do whatever." But then the owner came out. So apparently, one of the owners, and that was the lady who's the owner, she wasn't in on the phone call.
That reminds me, Reagan's 7th birthday is going to be at Costco. We're going to order a pizza, and I'm going to run back and grab a Costco cake and run into the front and probably happy birthday, honey.
But to be fair, though, to that point, Rich, to be fair, you bought the cake at Costco.
Yeah.
So you can. They have
This
an
is
area
the new
where you
trend.
can eat. Right.
Yeah.
They have an area where you can eat. Let's put up a poll question on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Who's in the wrong, the family or the restaurant?
Okay.
Right? Is that a good?
Yeah.
Who's in the wrong?
Yeah. And will I be having my Patrick's birthday at the food court at the Cherry Hill Mall coming up? Possibly. Possibly. You and your friends to get some Cinnabons and some Auntie Annie's, and
I am on the side of the restaurant.
So
this is not.
But this will put that whole "the customer is always right" test to the theory to the test.
Right.
they don't care. By the
don't.
way,
No,
at
of
these
course they
restaurants, they could give a blank.
All right. Go vote right now. I'm going to vote. I'm going to put restaurant right there. There we go. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Rich Zioli will be at the Grand Hotel of Cape May tomorrow from 3 to 6 p.m. Talk to us about the Grand Hotel of Cape May, and thank you for joining us today, Rich Zioli.
Well, it's been a pleasure. Love hanging with you guys. You're the best. It's going to be a great day tomorrow, 3 to 6 p.m. My triumphant return to afternoon drive for one day only, and I'd love for you to be there. Grand Hotel is beautiful, and we've been talking about shore houses. If you stay at the Grand Hotel, here's what you're going to get. 2 pools, a gigantic outdoor pool and a gigantic indoor pool. So if the weather's bad, you got something to do. You'll have daily housekeeping. You don't have to worry about washing the sheets and the towels. The beach it's literally oceanfront. So they give you chairs. They have cabanas. They've got a beach concession stand. It just makes everything so easy for you. So you can just start your vacation and relax and unwind. Restaurant right on site. You can probably bring a cake. They're very nice there. They'll work with you. I mean, they're wonderful people. You got to just go to grandhotelcapemay.com to make your reservation. And by the way, September, great time to go. So come on Friday, come tomorrow, hang out with us, and then go back in September after the crowds leave and the weather's beautiful. They have September to Remember packages where you get discounted room rates and resort credits to use at the restaurant and the bar. They got a beach. They got a beautiful pool bar. And I'll just say this, it's also a great place to host a wedding, baby shower. We'll be on the 5th floor ballroom overlooking the ocean tomorrow. You'll see it for yourself. That is a beautiful place. They've got 4 ballrooms to make lifetime memories. So I'll see you tomorrow, 3 to 6 p.m., grandhotelcapemay.com, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 8:36. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company here on a busy Thursday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's the return of the Fox News Double Dip Thursday. We have checked Rich Zeoli off the box, and now we welcome in to box number 4. A man who we haven't chatted with in, 4 to 6 weeks. But I'm glad he's back because I could just get to sit back and laugh like a fat little 12-year-old. Jimmy Vale is with us. What's up, Jimbo?
How about it? I have the hair of a fat little 12-year-old right now. Can you see me on the Zoom?
Yeah.
Is there product in that?
You know what? I have, it's called powder. Do you know what powder is? Can I just show you this real quick? So, what they do at Fox in the hair place, okay, is they want my hair up because it gives more length to my fat face. I really want you to see this. Because I tell you guys everything. Look at my face, okay, see with the high hair?
Yeah.
Now, if I pull my hair flat, my face gets fatter. Do you see? Because it's more face, less hair.
Right.
So far, so good, right?
Right.
Okay, great. Okay, but the thing is, when you do my hair dry and high like this, tell me I don't look like I woke up on a park bench. Okay? I do.
It's true.
I look like my white van ran out of gas, so I'm just waiting for the kids on the playground. That's what it looks like. It's sick, but yeah, I'm happy to be back. Ankle bracelet notwithstanding.
Jimmy Fallon, Fox Across America. You can hear it weeknights here, 7 to 10 p.m. where he is killing it, and you can see Fox Across America every Saturday. Fox News Saturday night, every Saturday night. By the way, I have that Fox One app, Jimmy.
Ooh.
So like I if I'm busy doing something or whatever like that at noon, I just throw you up on the app and you live stream your entire show. It's great. It's great.
Wow, you know more about Fox than I do. I didn't even know that was an option. I didn't even know.
Yeah, you go to the live. There's like a live TV thing or whatever like that, and you can scroll down, and there's Jimmy Fallon, Fox Across America. You broadcast live noon to 3. Of course, we aired at 7 p.m. But you can watch it live, so you can see your beautiful face
and that hair.
This is fancy hair.
Yeah,
I love that. One thing of note this week, if you were a baseball fan, Johnny Damon's back on the show.
Oh, nice! Look at you.
World Series winner for the Yanks and the Red Sox.
Right.
So it's like having a Jew and a Palestinian on the same panel. 'Cause it's like it's crazy. It's great, but he's a great guy. But this is a say a prayer for Jimmy Fallon week, so you need to know this. Johnny Damon, you probably know this part. His wife is on the show Below Deck. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
Season 11.
Season 11. Okay. All I can tell you about the debauchery on that show, I've never watched an episode, but they're not faking whatever it is the rest of you are watching. The last time he was on, we were out till 9 in the morning.
Oh my God.
Out till 9
I'm not at a 9 in the morning place in life. You know what I mean? Because it all could have been done. It all could have been done at whatever you accomplished at 9 could have been accomplished at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Right.
But I want you to know this is probably the greatest night of my life. He comes on the show when he's in town for Old Timers Day at Yankee Stadium. They're having Old Timers this weekend.
Yep.
And last time he brought, remember Billy Martin, fiery Yankee manager, hired and fired 1,000 times.
Yep.
Billy Martin's wife, Jill, okay, is alive, and she's gorgeous because he married her when she was like 25.
Of course he did.
And Mickey Mantle was the best man at her wedding.
Oh, God.
And she is, because she lives in, she's like 68 or 70. She lives in Florida. So by law, she's required to watch Fox News 24 hour a day. And it's actually like, in order to maintain the deed on her property, like she has to have Fox News on if you live in that wing of Florida. And so she knew like everything about me, but I mean, I just wanted to talk about her. And I hung out with Billy Martin's gorgeous, probably 68-year-old wife till like 9 in the morning.
Oh my God.
Last time he was, it was the best.
Could she drink like Billy?
Listen.
Could she drink like Jimmy?
I mean, I guess technically no, because we all lived.
That's true. That's true. For those of you who don't know, Billy Martin was killed in a car accident in '88 or something like that.
Only player in baseball history to die sliding into home. He was because he crashed in his own driveway.
So
that's crazy.
Right before you came on, we were debating with Rich Zioli this kid's birthday party that happened on the Jersey Shore, Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. So we don't have to play the video again, but this family comes in. They order $250 worth of pizzas. But they also bring in a birthday cake for their kid, it's his 5th birthday.
Purchased elsewhere.
It was purchased elsewhere. They bring it in, they order all this food, and then they ask the servers at the restaurant, at the pizza place, if they could have a knife to cut the cake, and the woman freaks out on them and says, like, do I just come into your home with food? And, like, you know what I mean? So we were debating on who's in the right and who's in the wrong. They technically purchased food at this establishment, but they brought in a cake. What say you, Jimmy Fail? Because that's the poll question right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Who's in the wrong? Is it the family or is it the restaurant?
Key context here is, does the restaurant also sell cakes or
no?
Doesn't appear so.
They don't.
So they don't have a leg to stand on. Because I can tell you this, at like major family milestones, in our family, it's very common to go to a restaurant but bring in 2 cakes from your favorite bakery. That somebody brings along, the moms or the aunts. Yeah, that does happen. If the restaurant doesn't make like a custom celebratory cake. They might make a Napoleon, they might make a cannoli.
Right.
But, if you're actually doing the cake thing with, the misspelled writing for whoever made their communion, because, they're not sending their best to the grocery store cake decorating department anymore. You've seen these people.
Oh, I have, yes.
If they weren't writing the cake, they'd be in charge of that ride that's still upside down on the Jersey Shore right now. You know who these people are. Okay, and I love them all. They're fine people. Very fine people on both sides. But the point is, no, the restaurant's wrong on that, especially if they made a huge purchase. Yeah. And, they're there in the name of some type of good time hang. So and this matters, okay, this might be a case-by-case thing where the restaurant does allow this, but the particular mom that they stood up to was a monster.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It does change the way it's done. Can I tell you something I did last night that's this exact scenario?
Yeah.
So I'm pulling out a Fox last night after Waters World. So you know how it works. I do a hit at 8:50. The network issues an apology at 8:53. I get off the phone with some lawyer because there's some terrible joke I told about Francesca Hong. But this is par for the course, okay? And anyway, as I'm making a right off of 6th Avenue, the way it works is that there's 5 million pedestrians walking in through 6th Avenue. So they have the right of way if it's a walk. But when you get a gap as a driver, meaning it's your turn to go. Yep. It's a give and take. And if the drivers don't aggressively use their right to make it through a crosswalk, then you have that scenario where the light turns red and there's now 35 drivers blocking the other direction of traffic. Do you follow this so far?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's just, I let like 8 people go. I make a very relaxed right. But as I'm making the right, a blonde mother who's there probably with a husband and a couple of kids who can't stand her, literally runs in front of my Bronco.
Oh.
Like, to the point that I could have hit her if I wasn't a more astute driver. Yeah. And goes, hey, see the sign? It says walk. Wait your... And as she's saying this, I bury the horn so hard that I launch her into the atmosphere in sheer terror. And when she lands and continues to scream, I just beep it more and more and more. And in that moment, I'm the restaurant that doesn't let the $250 pizza lady bring her cake.
So it is a case-by-case basis.
It is absolutely.
At least,
go ahead.
Yeah, no. At least you admitted that if the woman's a monster, then maybe the restaurant has a leg to stand on.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. You can't discount that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't discount that. Like, when listen, man, it's like anytime you read those stories where they're like, the mom came home and killed the whole family. I'm like, at the whole family, you've got to start to hear the mom out. You know what I mean? Right.
Could be justified.
One person is a snapping, okay? The whole family is a Regents exam. That's the culmination of a year of curriculum. And no one passed. No one passed.
Oh my God. I don't even know how we transition into.
I think we just wrap it right there.
Communists, but the communists are taking over the Democrat Party. Jimmy, I don't know if you've seen this, but with Abdul El Sayed winning the Democrat primary race there in Michigan. John Fetterman, who is, I know he's a fixture on your network there, Jimmy. I don't know. He's on Fox more than Sean Hannity is.
Oh, he's now like. Do you remember that pocket during the 2020 election where John Fetterman is now Vivek Ramajani? Do you remember when you used to see Vivek on like 17 times a day?
100%. Yeah. This is cut 24. This is him in a suit, by the way. He was on, shockingly, though, Jimmy, not on Fox. He was on with Wolf Blitzer on CNN. So dozens of people saw it. More people are listening right now in Camden County, New Jersey, than saw this on CNN. But he's warning the Democrats that Senate seat is now in play after the El Sayed victory. Roll this. This is Dawn's point, by the way.
John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Senator, thanks so much for joining us. I know you've criticized several of El Sayed's progressive policies. You've been involved in a public dispute with him as well. What's your reaction to his victory that we've now projected in this key battleground state of Michigan?
Well, I think it definitely puts the seat in play. Michigan typically doesn't really elect a Republican in the Senate for a while. And now Rogers was a very strong candidate, objectively. He barely lost to Slotkin, and she's a very strong candidate, and she just barely won back then. So now, if you've seen some of the polling, El Sayed is under maybe 5 to 6 points or more against him. And now some real money is going to flood into that state. And a lot of the things that he has done and said during the primary, we're going to come back to haunt, like campaigning with a guy that loves Hamas and is very proud to stand with communist regimes.
Mm-hmm. So,
Jimmy Fallon, what say you, my friend? Is the Senate seat now in play because of Al Sayed?
I think it is, but you can't underestimate Al Sayed because he has support from the river to the sea. You know, he's ready to go. You know what I realized in watching Fetterman on Fox this last year and a half? What? Obviously, you know, people say like he evolved or his views changed. I don't think they did. I think, you remember when he was running for Senate, he couldn't speak.
Right.
And I think the Democrats were the ones speaking at his rallies. They're like, Fetterman will open the borders, he'll get rid of it. And Fetterman was like, because the minute he could speak, he was like, I don't believe anything they're doing.
It's true.
They literally like hostaged him into the Senate, and they were like, "It's fine if he wears sweatpants, and we don't care." And now that he can wear a suit and speak for himself, they're like, "F this guy."
It's so funny. You actually bring up it's a hilarious point, but you actually bring up a very good point in the fact that he had that stroke while he was campaigning against Dr. Oz in 2022, so he really couldn't speak. He really couldn't come out and say what his policies were. So the Democrats were like, these are John Fetterman's policies, and everybody's like, cool, we'll vote for that. And John Fetterman was like, no, they're not. I don't subscribe to any of that crap. It's amazing. It's a great point. It's a great point. Speaking of Al Sayed, he was asked on MS Now, so it's not like this was this wasn't a hostile environment. Asking on how he's going to achieve his socialist government-run healthcare plan, you know, because his whole thing was money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. That was his rallying cry, right? That's what everybody was chanting at his rallies. Mm-hmm. So Medicare for all, how are we going to achieve it? I think it's an interesting question, and let's see how he answers it. This is 30. 30, Phil.
30. What do you tell those people about whether or not this is a pie-in-the-sky dream that you're going around Michigan talking about?
Medicare for all, I mean.
Well, clearly I'm a different kind of Democrat, as we just talked about. $60 million spent to try and beat me because I don't take corporate money. I'm here to actually take on the challenges that working people face. Imagine you had a Congress that actually worked for you instead of worked for the corporations in the exact same way that Mike Rogers has made it work for a very long time. I really believe that Congress can do good things. That's why I'm running, because I'd like to make it do good things.
There you go.
Okay.
So he's basically like, how are you going to give everybody free health care? He's like, are you familiar with WebMD?
Just Google it.
If I win, every American's going to get a Wi-Fi password under an Al Sayed administration.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
The scary thing is people fall for this.
That's
the wild
right. Right.
Yeah, it's a scam. You know what I love about the semantic debate, because Bernie did this too. When he says he doesn't take any corporate money, that doesn't mean he doesn't take any PAC money. That doesn't mean he doesn't take any dark money.
Right.
That doesn't mean he won't have $1 billion to run for office. Bernie said this. Do you remember when Bernie got called out in the hearing because they said he took like a few $100 million in healthcare donations?
Yep.
And he goes, no, it was not from the company. It was from the employees. And that's like Jenny saying, hey, did you blow $3,000 at Hooters last night? And I say, no, not on the company, on the employees. It's the same thing. You know what I mean? The semantic thing.
Right.
Yep. And that's all they're doing. Like, he's not any cleaner or better than anybody else. In fact, I mean, his money's just coming from people that say we deserve 9/11, which is bananas.
Yeah.
Okay? That's the punchline of life right now. We're about to hit the 25th anniversary of 9/11. Yep. Mom Donnie's going to show up and unveil a government-funded pilot school for migrants. And I quit. What do you want from me?
By the way,
crazy.
We played it earlier, Jimmy, that Bernie Sanders was asked about James Carville, saying he doesn't want to be in a party that Hassan Piker is in, and Bernie basically chose Hassan Piker over James Carville. He says, "Hey, we're a Big Ten party, so if James Carville doesn't like it, then he can leave the party." So he chose Hassan Piker over James Carville. So
it's crazy.
Yeah.
Bernie is, he represents America, the way like Portland represents America. Like, they're a big tent city. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But there's no progress to be said for anything Bernie has ever done. He's been writing, for real, writing emotional spank bank tube sock novels since 1973. What does anyone in his district have to show for his 87 years in Congress and the trips to Russia? Not to mention the people he's endorsed over the years,
Yeah.
And it's like, I want this reckoning. I do. Because I genuinely think the Democrats are going to lose, because there's a civil war in their party. Like, the mainstream Democrats know this doesn't play at a national level. So basically, like, the Democratic Party right now is a Real Housewives episode, except the women aren't allowed to show their faces in public. And that's all it is.
One more from Abdul El Sayed. He was on, again, with MS Now, asking, this is 33, Phil, one thing you say is let's abolish ICE, but then you want to replace them with what? What do you want to? So you want to abolish ICE, that's part of your platform, but replace them with what? And his answer is this, 33.
My question to you is, it's one thing to say let's abolish ICE, but then what do you replace it with?
Well, as you well know, ICE has nothing to do with the southern border. That's customs and border protection. I believe in a secure border. I also believe in immigration enforcement, but I also believe in not shooting Americans in the back of the head, in the face, while you're trying to do it. And maybe it's because I've served in government agencies, but once a government agency like that is told that it has impunity to do the worst things and violate the highest law of the land, which is the Constitution itself, I don't think you can reform or retrain that. I think we need to start from scratch. And ICE is not very old. It's 15 years younger than I am. It was a bad experiment. It's been weaponized to do the worst things, and I think we need to abolish it and start from scratch, perhaps going back to something like the INS, which for a very long time very capably enforced immigration policy without, of course, shooting Americans and violating our civil liberties.
Shooting Americans in the face.
Oh, God. There's two caveats. First of all, the INS, that is what ICE was. You don't understand. It was under multiple jurisdiction rule. And, he obviously doesn't understand the history there, but with the misrepresentation is what gets me, because when they say, like, just randomly killing Americans, guys, like, she hit a guy with her car. Like, we have to acknowledge that if any of you were applying for a new insurance quote tonight from Geico or Progressive, and they asked you your daily driving habits, and you said, I hit ICE agents with my car, your rate's going to go up, because that's risky. That's like, Flo might hang up on you at Progressive with that kind of talk. Oh, that other weirdo they have in now co-headlining the commercials. But the point is, we have to acknowledge the role people play in all of these conflicts. And when the Democrats don't do it, they eliminate context, they get people ginned up, but it is based on a lie. You know what I'm saying? ICE is actually not dangerous if you don't hit them with your car. Or if you're not Alex Peretti, who fist fought them, got killed, and then wasn't hot enough to be a martyr, so MSNBC photoshopped his face. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, it's the greatest.
Can you imagine being dead?
Yes.
And someone shows up to your funeral and goes, man, sad to hear about Jimmy. I can't help but think there'd be a lot more chicks here, though, if we made his headshot a little bit nicer.
Superimposed a spray tan.
Make his hair stick up.
That is more offensive than shooting someone, is photoshopping their obituary to make them a better martyr. That's really offensive to me.
Right, absolutely. Jimmy Fallon, Fox Across America, weeknights here, 7 to 10 p.m. Or if you want to watch it live, get the Fox One app, and you can watch it right there on your laptop, on your TV, on your smartphone. And Fox News Saturday night, every Saturday night at 10 p.m. Who you got this week?
So it's Johnny Damon. Aaron Burr, great comedian.
He's a great comedian.
Chanley Painter, former Miss Arkansas.
Nice.
No longer eligible for national beauty pageants because she doesn't have a penis. And one of my favorite people on earth, if you haven't seen her, Onika McLean. Is a great black female comic. She's really great. She doesn't like Fox News, and she comes on and says like she's only here because she's trying to meet a rich white guy, which I think is the funniest thing in the world. So it always makes for a good hang,
That's why you're the greatest thing, the best thing on Fox News, because you don't care. You don't care about ideological anything. You just want entertaining, funny people who can hang and people who can contribute, and that's why your show is the go-to place on Fox News.
Well, thank you, and I really appreciate you saying that. But the one thing I sort of resent when people say, like, "Oh, you're the funniest show on Fox News," that's like being the hottest chick on The View. Okay, but I'll take the win.
That is true.
I'll take the win.
Jimmy Fallon, thank you, my friend.
Thanks, buddy.
Jimmy with big hair.
We like
See ya.
The biggest. We've never seen anything like it. It's unbelievable. All right.
Funny.
We'll come back. Final hour on the way. Fight Club in 12 minutes. Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Stay right there.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Celebrate the legendary voice of the birds, Merrill Reese, at Merrill Live. An unforgettable evening of stories, memories, and behind-the-scenes moments with Merrill Reese and special appearances from some of your favorite players and more. Merrill Live at the Scottish Rite Auditorium, Tuesday, September 15th. Get your tickets now at 94WIP.com. Presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. And Impriano Roofing and Siding. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
250 years ago, the number 13 became legendary. 13 colonies with one bold vision declared themselves a nation. Led by George Washington, they forged the bravest experiment in liberty the world had ever seen. To honor America's 250th birthday, a magnificent tribute. The 2026 George Washington 24-karat gold dollar. Exclusively from the first colonial mint, this .311 gram, 11-millimeter gold coin is the official Ascension Island gold dollar. Struck in pure 24-karat gold, it's the world's first 13-sided gold coin. Minted in limited quantity with a stunning proof finish. It features Washington's portrait, 13 brilliant stars, and a golden eagle design inspired by the gold coin Washington himself carried. For a limited time, a special price of just $69 plus shipping has been established with a strict limit of one per household. To claim yours, call 800-929-1313. That's 800-929-1313. 800-929-1313.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. It's time to step up to the plate. The summer sell-out event at Barlow is here. Add Barlow discounts to factory rebates, and these deals are knocking it out of the park. The GMC lineup is stacked with power with the Sierra leading the way. The Buick lineup combines style, comfort, and confidence. Slide in the Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury before these deals are out of here, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
The Birds are back, and another championship run starts now. Don't just watch the season, be part of it. Hit the road with thousands of fellow fans and take over the opposing stadium. Fans of Philly has road trips available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, London, and more. Every trip includes airfare, game tickets, and an exclusive pregame party. Book your seat today with the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a P.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at progressive.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It is 9:03 as we roll along on a Thursday edition of Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Great stuff out of Rich Zioli, Jimmy Fallon. If you missed any of it, go back and hit up the Odyssey app where you can get the rewind feature. We're also on the iHeartRadio app. You can go back and drag the cursor back on YouTube.
Right.
Just drag it back a little bit.
Where, by the way, is the poll still up? Yeah, the poll is still up right now. Is the who's in the wrong? Is it the family or is it the restaurant from that Jersey Shore beach bar pizzeria that had that a family came in, ordered $250 worth of food according to them, but then brought in their own cake.
Mm-hmm. You know, the way Fela framed it and added more context and historical precedent to, bringing in a dessert to an Italian spot, I'm flipping my vote.
What? You can't flip your vote. You're so easily persuaded.
I'm going to flip.
You have no core convictions.
A man who wears flip-flops is entitled to flip-flop from time to time.
You know, say what you will. Say what you will about me. I know a lot of people have an issue with me. But, like, I stick...
You what?
I stick by my convictions. No matter how unpopular they are.
He sticks it.
I stick by my convictions, no matter
And
how
he does
unpopular
not go
they
both
are.
ways like Nick Cale.
They have spent $250 on pizza. Or is it I thought it was $250.
$250.
But by the way, $42 for a pie. That better be a damn good pizza. And they were told ahead of time that they could do it. And there was another third point I was going to make, but I had a Biden moment.
And they don't sell cake.
And they don't sell cake.
They don't sell it.
Yeah, you know what?
Well, Jimmy Fallon said that, like, he's been into restaurants where people bring in desserts. Like, I don't like, that's weird. That's weird to me.
Well, let's flip this around. Let's change a few of the components.
Right.
What if you were to go to a restaurant with a liquor license that sells booze that does not offer BYOB, and you brought your own bottle of wine? And the restaurant says, I don't care if you're spending $400 on your dinner tonight with your party of four. You can't bring your own booze. Who's in the right then?
It depends on the restaurant's policy.
Right.
And if they... if they say that because they have to have a liquor license.
Right. Sure.
So if you're bringing it, it depends on the policy.
Right.
But
And
I
the
think
state
I think in Pennsylvania, local mom and pop restaurants that don't serve alcohol that offer BYOB, they don't have a liquor license.
Right, but they say that you can bring your own.
Okay, and that's all they have to do is say, yeah, we're BYOB. Okay, they don't need any documentation from the state to allow that.
I don't know. That's a good question.
I was just wondering.
If you want to vote, go vote. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, where we're going to get to Fight Club in 4 minutes. But I wanted to we might need a little bit more time for these because I have two situations here, and I want to get everybody's opinion on this. Two different situations where a man was asked to remove his American flag and Trump flag from his car at a brewery in California because it's political. Actually, yeah, let's play a little bit of this, if you will. This is cut 2.
Hello. Hi, how's it going? I'm recording, by the way. I'm Jorge. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
Yeah,
Jorge.
nice to meet you.
I'm the general manager here at the Galena location.
Okay.
So, part of this event is that we do keep it apolitical.
Apolitical,
It's not
right.
a targeting thing whatsoever. If someone were to pull up with the opposite end of, what you believe in, we would also ask them to take it down.
So I believe in the President of the United States.
That has nothing to do with this event, and it's nothing against you. We're not trying to cause any problems. We don't want to make you feel alienated. The whole point is that we just keep it open for everybody and apolitical, and
It's
make
just
sure that everyone is comfortable and everyone is able.
It's a nice car, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty comfortable because I'm in America. That's an American flag.
I understand,
and
but
that's American president. That's all. And that's it's American car right here. This is a 1969 Chevy Nova.
Absolutely, yeah.
Beautiful
So
car.
I completely hear you.
I don't care about the Trump anything. I want that car.
This is just a part of the event. We keep it neutral. That's what it is. If someone were to come in on the opposite end, we would ask the same thing.
So it's pretty neutral when I have.
Can we pause this real quick? Just pause this. I would test this broad out on that. We keep it
Sexy
neutral.
he is.
He should leave right now. Go out of there. Take both flags off. Get a Pride flag and a Gavin Newsom flag. Come back and see if somebody complains about it or if she says anything to him.
Okay, hang on here, capitalist. It's their business. They can do whatever the hell they want to.
If he's on their property, it is their right for him. Do they own that parking lot?
Ooh.
Is that their parking lot? If it is, then it's their right. If that's public, then she's out of line.
Yeah,
because if he's publicly parked in government, streets.
Sarah Weiss brings up a good point on the YouTube chat. It's for those of you, which is most of you, who can't see it on YouTube. It's not a giant flag. It's little.
It's very small.
It's like it's on the top of the car. There's one little American flag and there's one little Trump flag, I guess. There, I don't know. They're not huge. You could, if you looked at. First of all, I would never even notice the flags because I love that car. That car, that's my dream car.
Is it really?
You just show it again. Can we see the car again?
Yeah.
And what is it? What kind of car is it?
It's
it's
a '69 Chevy.
It's not at all some huge you know, what would you say it is?
It's like the flag I have here in the studio.
Yeah, it is.
I don't even know if it's that big.
No.
It's not as big as the Kayal and Company flag.
No.
Yeah.
That's a great size flag. It's a perfect flag.
It's not as big as what's in my shorts. I'm just kidding.
That's American clothing, that's all. And that's his it's American car right here. This is a 1969 Chevy Nova.
Absolutely, yeah. So I completely hear you. This, again, I don't want you to feel like this is a targeted thing. This is just a part of the event. We keep it neutral. That's what it is.
Okay.
If someone were to come in on the opposite end, we would ask the same thing.
So it's pretty neutral when I have the American flag. It doesn't become any more neutral to have American flag in America, United States of America.
For this event, we've spoken to you already about it.
It looks like
being
it's
targeted for this event.
It looks.
That's not the
First of
thing
all,
I was asking you.
hang on a second.
He's being targeted.
This guy, he is,
Totally.
but this guy's a little bit of an instigator too, because he knew he was going to get this reaction. This is a car show,
Was
right?
he told in advance?
I don't know.
Is
but
that
this
what she said there? We told you once, or what did she say?
No. She's saying that, hey, this is an apolitical event, which is ridiculous. I mean, it's not,
But what's the event? Do we know what is this, like a taco eating contest? What's the event?
It's a car show. I just said that.
Oh, it's a car show. Okay.
Yeah.
And look, I get it. If if you're doing a car show and you want to make money, you want people there that are either Democrat or Republican.
So my guess is the brewery sponsored a car show because what better way for you to drink and drive than have a car show outside of a brewery, because I'm not making that up, because this is at the M Special Brewing Company in California.
Okay.
So it looks like they had a car show. And this guy knew he was going to get a reaction, probably, having this up there. So he's,
Well, I think everybody that has I had Trump bumper stickers on my truck leading up to the 2024 election on the back, and I knew it would get a reaction. Like, there's definitely, I think most people, you can be proud to be an American, proud to be a Trump voter, and also know that you're doing it to trigger people. And so that was like 20% of my motive, for sure. No doubt about it. I did it to get a rise out of my mother-in-law. Burns her ass. Don't park that truck in my driveway.
My whole thing about this whole thing is that it's so stupid. It's so ridiculous. Like, you don't need to. First of all, you don't need to film her. Second of all, she doesn't need to come out and say this. It's ridiculous. It's his car. He can put on it whatever he wants to. Yeah. It's their event, technically, I guess. So if they don't want him to display that, then it's their right to remove it, right? Or have, say that you can't have it there.
Or ask him to leave or to take it down. Sure, but again, I'm wondering, like, I know I'm being, we're being super analytical here, but I mean, if he's just in a parking space in, a spot where there's a brewery, a Subway, and a State Farm insurance office, I mean, I don't think she can force him to leave or take it down.
Yeah.
It's not like he's in the bar itself, setting up shop on a bar stool and like waving the MAGA flag inside of Bob's Brewery, right?
Yeah.
Like the car's parked in a public space.
That's unless they own it.
If they own the parking lot,
Well, that's true, yes.
If they own it, then they can make up their rules.
Need
and if
more
they-
context.
If they do actually have rules, they can probably get away with enforcing it. But I'm with you guys. I didn't even notice it. It's a flag, so it's all, it's been if it were flying, but it's not. You'd have to hold it out to see what it says.
We're a broken. Thank you, Phil. There's the flag.
Oh, it's the fist pumps shift photo shot.
We'll
When he
never
got shot.
surrender. It says with the
Right.
but it's very small. It's
Yeah.
very small.
It's not big.
What is that? Like maybe 6x8?
Yeah.
At most?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you say broken society, I say soft. Like, we're so many people are bothered by so many different little ways in which people like to identify and advertise what they believe in. Like, imagine being such a snowflake that whether it's a Trump flag or a pride flag or like that really gets under your craw so much that you have to cause a public scene over it.
Right.
Like that.
I agree with you.
Like it's America. Express what you believe in, and don't be triggered by it. Just move on. Imagine wrapping your day up in that. That's unbelievable.
Yeah. But somebody complained. She goes, and he probably started, with his phone. He picks up his phone because this was somebody complained, and then somebody went over the first time.
Oh, and he said from Jump Street right in the beginning that he's recording.
Yeah.
I love this recording culture that we have now, too.
Right.
You record every argument just to prove that you're validated, vindicated, and justified for what you're trying to argue on behalf of.
Well, that's
just so you know, I'm recording.
That's what I mean. This guy went there knowing that he was going to, because as soon as she came up, he started recording. So he knew it was going to cause a stink.
Yeah.
So like, I have no sympathy for this guy. This guy's just trying to be a schmuck and trying cause a rise out of people, and the business is being ridiculous. Like, who cares what kind of flag you have? You know what I mean? Like,
schmuck he is.
It doesn't. it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Yes, he's the president of the United States. It shouldn't be a. Like, it's not a political stance, right?
Well, the worst part is now how everybody that's not a right-of-center Republican sees the American flag as a political statement.
Agreed.
Like, if you want to be bothered
Yes,
by the Trump
that's
thing,
actually a good point.
I think you're weak. But like, okay, you don't like the president. I got it. But like the American flag, really?
Right?
Seriously? Please remember that we had the what was it, the HOA story?
Yes,
where the people were telling the people that lived in the homeowners association development that they couldn't have the American flag on their porch.
By the way,
that was California as well.
By the way, you want to know what living under communism looks like? Since all you schmucks out there are about to vote for it, live in an HOA. That's what communism is. What color do you want to paint your door? Absolutely not. We must vote on it.
Those blinds stick out too much. You're going to have to conform.
You want to get any work done on your house? You must tell us first. That's absolutely what. If you want to know what living in a communist country is like, live under an HOA.
I have one. I had to go through hoops and bells and jumped over all this
Couldn't
nonsense
deal with it.
to deal with. Remember, not that the audience will remember, but I was trying to get an endorsement deal to get my garage interior redone with the floor, and I had to go through the HOA to get approval on the garage floor. I'm like, nobody's going to see it unless I open the garage up.
Right.
Oh, it's outrageous.
All right. After Fight Club, we're going to go to Bridningsville, PA, where
that's right by my sister's area,
where something happened at a Burger King up there with a man wearing a Star of David.
Burger King.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the sleeper has awakened. All it took was this comment.
I expect that black and white conversation from Stockard.
After that, you heard this.
Greg doesn't know what he's talking about, right?
And how could we forget this pleasant exchange?
Why don't you ask business owners, you...
It's the Fox News Double Thursday edition of Kayal and Company Fight Club. We'll have the candles on that cake and make a wish for more fights, because fights equal rating.
No,
you got knocked the out, man.
We're gonna knock you out.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
So good, Jimbo.
I apologize to Kyle. I was in a bad mood this morning.
I mean, you and I might be the only two that knew who Bob was. And then Kyle called and says, I know Bob too. And then you called him a D-word.
Mike on the YouTube chat says, I bet Greg can't use a car with a clutch.
Wow.
Bro, first of all, you have no idea. And second of all, I have a 76 Corvette. Of course I can drive a car with a clutch. You mouth-breathing moron.
I can't drive
Excuse
stick.
me, I'm sorry.
I can't drive stick.
Yeah, well, you're not a man.
I've never driven anything other than automatic. Is it easy? Is it easy to get used to?
I would drive stick tomorrow if more cars were made that way.
Stenson, can you drive stick?
Nope.
Same here. I never had the interest in driving stick.
Oh no, my brother and my dad tried to teach me.
Nick,
it's not.
Yeah,
pretty.
most women can't.
No.
So I give Dawn a pass. Nick, you were not raised properly.
Is it, you're correct. Is it fun? Is it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is fun for me to drive with somebody, but I'm just not good because you could really ruin the transmission. You know what I mean? So I was banned. That's okay.
It seems like a lot of extra work just to get from point A to point B. I don't even like the stinking auto thing where I have to turn my truck off when you get to a red light because the engine idles. But you hit the button and you keep it going. Oh, it saves fuel. I want simplification. I don't need extra steps. Stalker's gonna put an arrow through my forehead.
No, I'm looking. People are just rude. Rude people. Maybe I deserve it.
You're not cracking, are you?
I'm sorry, Mike. I did not mean to call you a mouth breathing moron. I have to I have to control myself a little better.
See, this is the stalker cycle.
Yeah.
He'll go from quiet to an explosion to an apology.
I know. I have a lot going on.
Then he goes on a sabbatical, and then he comes back refreshed, and then he loses it again. It's a vicious cycle.
He called me an asswipe. That's not right. That's rude. That's rude.
By the way, speaking of ass wipes, have you noticed now everywhere you go, every business, no matter where you are, whether it's an employer or a restaurant, they all have the signs up now about the dude wipes. How they ruin toilets
because people need to stop flushing them. Because people are morons.
Well, if you wipe your ass with them and you can't flush them, what do you do with them? And is the ass wipe business is that business model going to go out of business?
Say, bud, can you please don't be so
call it a
crude.
man wipe.
What do you do with the butt wipe if you can't flush it? What do you
throw it in the trash?
But you want to walk into a men's room where you smell it? Where's my bus driver at? Hold on a second here.
I can smell it. I can smell it.
Were you going to put it in like a little giant grocery bag and tie it up like dog doo-doo and walk out with it? Where are you supposed to go with it?
Well, do with it like you do, like women do with their sanitary things.
Well, what do they do?
I don't know. Dawn, you want to enlighten us? Because you're not supposed to flush them.
You're not. Yeah. So
them are things
in
either.
ladies' bathrooms,
you wipe them up with dirt.
They provide a little. It looks like a little mailbox.
Yeah. Right.
Except it's with a little lid, and you put the female supplies in there. You wrap it up nicely.
Wrap it up nicely. Yeah.
So,
hey, just for the record, I don't use dude wipes anyway. I'm just saying I'm a toilet paper guy. I'm a traditionalist.
You probably smell too.
Probably. Do it the old-fashioned way.
God.
I used to
I live with all males. This is a huge issue in my household.
Yeah. But clogging toilets.
I
is
order
nothing
man
new.
wipes by the case.
You can clog them with toilet paper. My old man used to lose his mind when I'd clog. He goes, "Well, if you didn't use so much toilet paper, it was like the size of a catcher's mitt to wipe your butt. We wouldn't have had the plunger today."
The answer is, I would like when Greg gets me the sponsorship.
Yes.
G&K, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, you're getting a deal.
I don't know because I need a stove, I need a washing machine, all in one, preferably.
Put my list.
And
together.
then I don't know if they sell this, but also bidets. That's really the answer: is a bidet.
Right.
Everywhere.
Right.
Like if you go to Italy, they have bidets. I mean, just in their public restroom.
My mother-in-law got a bidet about 2 years ago. She swears by it.
And she's a happy woman now, isn't she?
Or just time it properly and do your business and then jump in the shower.
Yeah, but you still have to get in there and clean. What are you going to use? The loofah?
No, he's got a spray. You have a spray detachment.
Oh, you pull the head off? Yeah.
Oh, my God. We're
hose it off.
Yeah. Shower heads have become very complicated, too.
We're 12 minutes late for Fight Club.
Yeah, let's get to Fight Club.
What is wrong with you? Newman Price is correct. It was a stam submission. It was a stam submission today.
All right, let's get it back to business.
This is there's thongs involved in this one. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. This is Nick. You want to do a little play-by-play, my friend?
Sure. I can't beat the guy that Phil had in the sports clip this morning, but I'll give my best.
That's what we should do. We should bring him on. We should bring him on to
Fight Club narrator.
Yes.
Fight Club play-by-play man.
He listens to that low-energy sports station, so I'm sure he doesn't listen to us, but he should.
And he can take a break from that because they just talk about one guy for 4 straight hours anyway. They're not missing anything.
All right, roll this. She has.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very skimpy.
Oh, somebody.
Yeah.
Is that a guy and a girl?
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
That girl attacked that guy.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this.
And that girl's got a red bra. Yeah. Oh God.
Oh no, that's a female.
No. Uno, back out.
Uno,
back out.
Enough.
Weaves are flying.
Yeah. Look at this. Oh, look at this.
That woman has she just has a black thong on.
Yeah.
With a
Just
wet.
a thong.
With and her weaves off.
And she's fighting a dude now, right?
She's throwing up her dukes too.
She does not have an ounce of fat on her.
Oh, jeez!
Wow!
My God.
Wow! This woman is destroying. Yeah, look at the red bra.
Head on a swivel.
Are these?
This is.
You got a pink bra on the baby.
It was It's what, like 15 or 16
Are those
people,
natural?
half men, half women. I don't know.
What do they call this? A large gathering?
These are some strong women.
Right.
Wait, off my car. Get out my car. Get out my car.
You know,
Oh, man.
instead of Fauci telling us we should have kept our Thanksgiving gatherings small, Fauci should have came out and said we got to stop having these large gatherings and team takeovers.
Get away from my car. Get away from my car.
The American dream in 2026 is not living near this.
You know.
Only cars around here. This my car. This my car. For your car.
Good God.
Oh, we missed that one. That's okay.
Okay, you got the badge.
Let go of my badge. What badge?
Man,
Come on.
I am so like.
Yeah, I'm not. It's just.
Here's my
same.
issue with this. Here's my issue is that it's not even so much about the fight. I like to observe human behavior. I'm an observer of humans. And I'm just fascinated by this mindset.
Yeah, I think I've observed all I need to observe.
Of fighting all the time and just large groups just beating the crap out of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody can be nice to one another. The family comes in, they want to have food, and they're mean to them. And it's
Did
like...
this happen in the 70s?
No.
Large fights just breaking out over trivial hogwash.
We're a proper society.
Yeah, we really were.
We used to be... Here's the thing, is that maybe we need a communist takeover, right? Because this freedom thing hasn't worked out so well for us. I think we have too much freedom.
You think this happens in the Middle East?
Absolutely not.
You think this happens?
Throwing around the hijabs and the thongs.
It does not happen.
You think this happens in Russia?
No.
How about China?
Or they blow you up with a drone.
All right. Fight Club fatigue. Yes, I fight Club fatigue as well.
We might have too many freedoms in this country.
I agree. Yes.
It's time to,
what? Time to usher in a little communism.
We weren't violated enough the last 5 years. I say we doubled down.
All right, Nick, talk us about Piazza.
I would love to. Get road trip ready this summer with the new certified or pre-owned vehicle of your choice from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, where you can choose from trusted brands that you've heard us talk about, like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen, just to name a few. And of course, you have a selection that can't be beat. You want a new vehicle? How about $3,500 to pick from? How about a pre-owned certified vehicle? Try $1,600. At any given time, Piazza Auto Group's going to have about 5,000 vehicles, all the brands, all the dealerships, all the locations throughout Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. And Piazza is sure to have something for every budget and every lifestyle. Visit PiazzaAutoGroup.com to browse the new and pre-owned inventory today, or to find a Piazza dealership near you. And if you can't find one near you, you're probably not trying. Make sure you tell them Nick Kale sent you.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, "I'll never steer you wrong." Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCulloughsAutoRepair.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Many people put off dental treatment for years because of fear, anxiety, or a bad experience. At Bent's Dental Group, your comfort comes first. Dr. Robert Bent, Dr. Emily Bent, board-certified prosthodontists, understand every patient is different. Every treatment plan and every experience is customized to each individual's comfort level. You'll be saying, I wish I hadn't waited so long. Schedule a consultation with Bent's Dental Group and discover how comfortable modern dentistry can be. 610-272-6949.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Autoimmune disease, difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
We are back, 9:33, Kayal and Company here on this Thursday morning, where just about 15 minutes ago, the Senate Homeland Security and Government Accountability Committee voted 8-5 in favor of referring Dr. Anthony Fauci to the DOJ for criminal contempt of Congress. Bill Malugin reporting committee Dems tried to table the vote and then suggested giving Fauci immunity to DOJ prosecution to come in and testify, but their motions failed.
Well, there's a lot of drama, and Dan Borowski has been, so you're not missing a thing. He's been cutting it up. What do you hear?
Chopping the tape?
Oh, yeah, he's chopping it up now.
I love it. I love it. Also, for those that enjoy football, tonight is the NFL Hall of Fame game. I mean, nobody in America will watch it, but the thing that you need to know about this is that now, starting tonight through February, we will have football again every single weekend in this great nation from now until the end of the Super Bowl.
Oh, my goodness.
Welcome back, America.
Communists are taking over, but football's back for Nick.
Hey, you know what? The perfect escape from El Said. The Cardinals and the Panthers.
Oh, God, can you
on
imagine?
Thursday night.
Can you imagine wasting? Can you imagine wasting your time?
I will not, for the record, not watch, nor will I wager on it.
Right.
But it's good to have you back.
A Burger King employee in Briningsville, PA.
I know it well.
Spots the Star of David on a father's chest while he's ordering food for his family, and decides to play pro-Palestine activist by throwing a Free Palestine in his face.
Okay. Always nice when you're trying to get a Whopper and some onion rings, and you got to be targeted.
My question is, again, with this here, when did he begin filming this?
This is a lot like the California parking lot thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, again, this man wearing a star, that's the Jewish, he has every right to wear whatever he wants to.
Of course.
You know what I mean? And that is not offensive. It shouldn't be offensive. And if it's offensive to you, then you really need to check that's an actual anti-Semite, Dawn, not actually the people who oppose APEC money.
I'm not going to get it.
But the people who actually have an issue with somebody wearing the Star of David, that's an actual anti-Semite.
Agreed.
But again, I have to ask why this guy began filming in the first place. Roll 12.
I'm here at Burger King, and an employee in Burger King just said Free Palestine to me. Ariana, what did you say to me? What did you say to me, Ariana?
Free Palestine.
Okay, Ariana. Because I was just ordering food for my family, this woman looks at me, and she says, where are you from? I said, I'm from Israel. And then she says, Free Palestine. And I said, what does that have to do with anything? We came here to order food. But she insisted, Free Palestine. Say it again.
Free Palestine.
I got you, Ariana, here at Burger King. No problem. So back in the car right now, obviously very upset, but we asked for a refund and we left the place, leaving me with the question, Burger King, are you a safe place for Jews right now?
Well,
Valid
first of all,
question, and should BurgerKing fire that employee?
Burger King is not a safe place for anybody, so nobody should be eating at Burger King to begin with. But that answers my question. So this woman said this, and then he just wanted to get it on video. So
and she doubled down.
And she doubled down.
Right.
So
which out in public, kudos for you. I don't agree with you with the Free Palestine stuff, but stand by, have your conviction, say what you want to say. But when you're in the workplace, and I don't know if that's corporately owned or a franchise, but my guess is there's probably repercussions for that employee.
Do we feel like we're a broken society, guys? Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Right.
I prefer snowflakes. Too many snowflakes. Broken, yes, but just the softness of America.
Can you imagine you walk in?
Just bite your tongue. You're there to pour salt on French fries. You're not doing a podcast. You're not a political activist. You're not platformed. Just make the freaking food.
Exactly.
Oh God.
But that's the problem is that these kids feel empowered. And they feel like because their algorithms tell them that everybody agrees with them, that they can just go in there and say whatever they want to. Everybody's an activist now because of the social media. Everybody has a voice. Everybody feels like I have to get my opinion out there. Let me get my opinion out there. Let me shame somebody for wearing the Star of David. That woman should be ashamed of herself. And yes, Burger King should absolutely fire her. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, they should, and I hope they did because this clip is a couple.
And it's not cancel culture. It's not a double standard. It's consequence culture, and you don't have the right to make a political statement on behalf of your employer.
Agreed.
When your employer might not echo those sentiments.
A 21-year-old flight instructor is being hailed as a hero after safely landing a small plane on a Florida highway when it experienced oil pressure problems during a flight on Monday. By the way, the flight instructor was a female, 21-year-old female.
DEI hire?
She's a flight instructor.
I'm just wondering.
Roll a little bit
A
of this.
21-year-old flight instructor is being credited with saving lives after she made this emergency landing in the middle of a Florida highway.
We would like to go ahead and declare an emergency for 41622.
Emily Shelton was able to land this small aircraft on Interstate 10 after reporting the plane had experienced mechanical problems.
And Tower, this is 4162. We're going to keep it high for now, but we do now have burning oil smell in the cockpit.
In the what?
Burning oil smell?
Yep.
Yeah, our oil pressure is dropping down into the red, and we do have fumes in the cockpit from the oil.
She's really calm.
And you said it's in the red for Warrior 41622? It's completely in the red for 622. We would like to go ahead and declare an emergency for 41622. For 41622, red. And 622 is losing our engine. Number 622 left. I don't know if we're going to make the airport.
Oh, boy.
No, we are not making the airport. We're going down on I-10. Tower, can you still hear for 162?
I just got the chills.
I got the loud and clear. What do you need?
Wheels
down. Just want to let you know, we are lined up with I-10 trying to avoid the cars.
We also spoke to a truck driver who witnessed the incident and recorded it on his dash cam.
I've been driving trucks now for 28 years, and right now that have topped the list and some of the craziest things I've seen. I saw a shadow up ahead of me, and I'm like, "What is that?" I took my foot off the gas.
And Phil, can we bring it back 5 seconds? Look how she goes underneath the road signs that are across.
Yes, yeah.
Right now
That's precision.
And some of the
female
things I've seen.
Watch this.
Female pilots, man.
Look, watch this. Here she goes. Right under. What is that? 20 feet high, maybe, off the ground?
Watch this, Dawn. Watch this. Right underneath that. Look at that.
She's good.
She's really
Top
good.
Gun girl.
Yeah.
And all
21.
I go.
I would have crashed in both.
You would have cried.
I would have pulled the ripcord.
Very low. And he missed the
nerves of
sign by
steel.
a few inches.
I know.
She was able to navigate herself under that highway sign.
Yes.
Now,
That's what I'm saying.
If I would have not,
Look at that. Oh, look at that.
And she's still flying now.
Yeah.
that plane could have made contact with my truck and I would no longer be here.
Amazing.
Wow. That amen to that. Amen to that woman. Holy man.
21 years old.
And nerves of steel, calm as like she's like, yeah, we're not gonna make the airport. We're going down on I-10.
Yep.
Like Nick would have been crying.
Oh.
We're going down on I-10.
I would have soiled the cockpit.
Pay attention. Get off the iPad.
I gotta say this too. You wouldn't catch me dead.
No.
Up in one of those planes like
Has
that. No.
Dawn, have you ever done a helicopter when you were in TV news?
Sure. Many times.
Were you scared?
No.
No, of course not.
Did you have like the door open?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Love it.
I
love all that stuff.
I'd be in a panic attack.
I love every minute of that stuff. I think it's awesome.
Yeah. I can't.
But I think it's something they say that sometimes it's your inner ear. Or I don't know what it is. Some people I love all that stuff.
Yeah.
But then like my husband, not so much.
No,
like,
I'm flying. I'm fine. Flying commercial. I've never flown in a small private plane.
Really?
I wouldn't be opposed to that. But like a helicopter, a 2-seater, a chopper, so to speak.
It's awesome.
I'm not. No. There's no way. I mean, if that woman's my pilot, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she was.
After seeing her do
she
that,
was awesome.
maybe I would take her up.
No, I'm not doing that. I think we're going to because Dawn has a big 3. A huge big 3
It's
coming up.
huge.
I think we should start. That a little early, and we should take a break now. And the cut sheet. Enough of my yabbering. I'm sure people don't want to hear from me anyway.
We're done with you. Enough.
Everybody.
Never.
Everybody yelled at me.
Save it for tomorrow. Bag it.
I really need to have a discussion with myself.
I think you should do it like at 10:15 today. You just go down to the conference room. You sit down.
I'm going to.
You address yourself, and then you get up and switch seats, and then you sit down and defend yourself.
Right.
And then you film it.
I'll do that
because we film everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do that. All right, Phil and the big 3 coming up next.
Yeah, back after this.
Summer's winding down, and now's the perfect time to get your home organized before fall arrives. Whether it's the master closet, garage, pantry, home office, or mudroom, Closet Factory Philadelphia designs custom storage solutions built around the way you live. A more organized home means less clutter, less stress, and more time enjoying what matters most. This August, make organization your next home improvement project. Visit ClosetFactory.com today and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Closet Factory Philadelphia, custom organization designed for your life.
Craving real barbecue? Head to Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey. Voted Best of South Jersey Barbecue for 14 years. Open Friday through Sunday from noon till 7. Featuring St. Louis-style ribs, beef brisket, burgers, and an all-you-can-eat buffet every Sunday. Dine inside, relax outside, grab takeout, or let Henry's Hots cater your next event with full-service catering. Find them at 1003 Black Horse Pike in Folsom or visit bestbbqsj.com. Henry's Hots Barbecue, real Texas-style barbecue done right.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/radio. That's legacybox.com/radio.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Summer with the family means pool days, road trips, backyard fun, and always having plenty of snacks ready to go. Tasty Cake makes it easy with seasonal favorites everyone can enjoy. Baked peach pies are filled with sweet peach flavor, while lemon cupcakes are a refreshing treat for camp lunches, family outings, or sharing after a day in the sun. Keep your family's summer snack supply stocked with Tasty Cake. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes. Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth has been a family business built on quality and true craftsmanship. This summer, we're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted us to get it right. Now it's your turn. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
It is 9:50. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we get set to tee up the Dawn Show. Before that, the Big Three. And now, A-Chair, ready to go for a Thursday edition of What Happened Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 6th, we celebrate the birthday of Vinnie Vincent, who I played last week on This Week in Music History. Heavenly birthday shout out to Andy Warhol. We also lost Rick James in 2004. Signals Could Start Me Up by the Stones in 81. Jailbreak by Thin Lizzy in 76. And Life Won't Wait by Ozzy in 2010. Altitude Brothers and Sisters by the Allman Brothers in 73. Help by the Beatles in 65. Die with Honor by Hammerfall in 2006. And Midnight Dynamite by Kix in 85. Also in 88, Appetite for Destruction by GNR was topped the album chart. In 82, Pink Floyd's movie The Wall premiered in New York. In 64, Rod Stewart made his TV debut. And in 70, Christy McVie played her very first show with Fleetwood Mac. But lastly, on this day in 96, the Ramones played their very last show at the Palace in Hollywood. For Kayal and Company, I'm Bill Almquist.
There he is, A-Chair with the music. Now, for a big, loaded, action-packed Big Three, we say hello to Dawn Stensland.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
It's a Thursday Big Three, and it's a big one, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group today. Let's get to the developing story that we've been tracking over the past hour or less. And this is Fauci's fate, voting now. So this is Senator Rand Paul. We'll get to the vote, and Nick highlighted that a few moments ago. But a lot of drama as the hearing opened, and we'll just tee up Senate Homeland Security Committee Chair. This is Senator Rand Paul. And of course, this is the contempt vote. So this is following last week's drama in court that everybody was talking about, with Fauci obviously taking the fifth. Republicans promised that they were going to hold him in contempt because of that. So here's Senator Rand Paul.
8 days ago, Dr. Anthony Fauci sat before this committee in the witness chair under subpoena for conduct covered by the President Biden's full and unconditional pardon, reaching back to 2014. Dr. Fauci faced no risk of federal prosecution. All he had to do was tell the truth. More than 100 times, though, he refused. The chair ruled that Dr. Fauci's assertion of the Fifth Amendment privilege was unsupported in light of the pardon and the testimony he offered in his opening statement. The chair directed Anthony Fauci to answer. He refused again. That is what we are voting on today.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan Turley, who because I want to see what legal people are saying, as far as the likelihood of whether any of this can actually stick and land. Jonathan Turley, on his X, says that Fauci will say nothing despite the protection of a presidential pardon. For that, he should be rightfully condemned. Fauci's contempt of Congress is challengeable, but his contempt for the public is undeniable.
So let's get to this. Is Fauci? Cut. This is Dan Borowski. Thanks for cutting this up.
Is Fauci there again?
So no.
Okay.
I'm just naming the clip.
Gotcha.
So I just want to go through these because he has like 5 of them. So I'll go through them.
Good.
So this is Senator Rand Paul. He then goes through and talks about what the American people went through. Here he is.
More than 1 million Americans died from COVID. Many of them died alone. Workers were forced to choose between a mandate and a job they needed. Businesses closed and never reopened. Children lost years of school they will never get back. Americans lost the freedom to work, to worship, and to decide what went into their own bodies. Nothing we do today can undo those losses, but silence does not honor them either.
Yes, silence does not honor them either. It's a great quote. And so Rand Paul, obviously he's setting the stage here and wants everybody he wishes to vote for Fauci to face some kind of censorship here. So let's continue on. As we know that there's going to be Republican support. Let's get to Senator Ron Johnson, Republican from Wisconsin. And what do you think? Is he a yes or a no?
Refused to look at the truth. I am definitely going to vote yes on contempt of Congress.
Shocking.
And my investigation has just begun.
The problem with
we've invited Dr. Fauci.
The problem with this, Dawn, is, and I didn't mean to cut it off, but the problem with this, Dawn, is that yes, they voted, but it went down party lines. Again, this is theater.
Yeah.
It's nonsense. It is, nothing's going to happen to him. And the Republicans are up there going, yeah, hold him in contempt. Fine. And the Democrats are like, don't hold him in contempt. This is a show. Like, it's nothing changes. It's right down party line.
Yep.
It's partisan nonsense. And I'm not saying Fauci and what he did is partisan nonsense. I'm saying that the whole theatrical event of this is partisan nonsense.
Contempt of Congress is a misdemeanor act of obstructing the work of the United States government or one of its committees.
Right.
So, let's get to it. Okay. Here it is. This is the first attempt to block Senate Democrats.
To avoid accountability, we only have one question, whether to hold a witness responsible for his contempt towards Congress. The witness had many chances to answer the questions pertinent to our investigation, and he made his decision 111 times. I will oppose this motion and urge my colleagues to do the same. The clerk will call the roll.
I want to comment on the motion, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to table this resolution until the chairman commits to abiding by the Senate rules, practice, and laws that address contempt of Congress. Under the Senate rules, longstanding practice, as well as the U.S. Code, following a committee vote, the full Senate must vote to determine whether to refer a resolution of contempt of Congress to the Department of Justice. The Senate as a body, not an individual member, must make that decision. Given that Chairman Paul has indicated he may attempt to bypass this process, which is required by Senate rules and precedent, members of this committee should move to table this resolution until we can be assured by the chairman that he will not take action that weaken the Senate's and this committee's ability to conduct oversight in the future.
The clerk will call the roll.
Here they go.
Second the motion. Senator Johnson.
No.
Senator Langford.
No.
Senator Scott.
No.
So here they're going to vote, and obviously it's against Fauci, 7-8, with obviously Senate Democrats are having a hissy fit. They're furious over this.
U.S. Code 192 with the criminal contempt of Congress. If a person is convicted, the offense carries a jail sentence of 1 to 12 months and a fine ranging from $100 to $100,000.
I'm just curious, Don. I just saw Fetterman. How did Fetterman vote? Did it go down party lines? Because he's a Democrat, and I just saw Fetterman.
I don't think he voted with Republicans.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think so. Don't quote me on that, but I think he defends Fauci. Or he's not going down this path.
I don't know if he does, because his questioning was some of the best questioning I heard out there.
Well, John Kennedy questions Trump all the time, but he votes with him, so
that's a good point.
I'd have to find, how did John Fetterman
Yeah,
vote
so I'm just looking, how did he vote?
Come on, Google AI. Show me what you got.
I think we had, this was in the past hour. I'm just looking
Fetterman voted with the Democrats against the measure. That's what I thought.
Again, guys.
John Fetterman's a Republican.
It's amazing. Everybody just get so bamboozled by social media. It's like, oh, Fetterman's going to change to Republican. No, he's not. No, he's not. Hey, he's with us. No, he's not. No, he's not.
So what was the fine? So in any event, they're voting it out of committee, obviously.
Yeah. Yep.
But in this one, let's go to this is Josh Hawley explaining this and why he feels that it's important. And he goes through this and talks about the legal claim to the Fifth Amendment. So this is a part of what you were getting into, Nick. But here's a thorough explanation.
I decided not to answer. The reason I asked those questions was precisely to test the good faith nature of his invocation of the Fifth Amendment, because as the lawyers in the room will know, the invocation of the Fifth Amendment, particularly in a context where immunity has already been obtained, Dr. Fauci has full immunity. He has a full and unconditional pardon for a period of some 11 years. In that context, the assertion of a Fifth Amendment privilege only adheres to those instances where the witness has a reasonable fear of future prosecution, and it must be tailored to any such fear. And the fact that he wouldn't answer questions about the tie he was wearing or the color of the carpet or the day of the week, Senator Paul asked him about, did he have a folder in front of him? He wouldn't answer that. Betrays the fact that his invocation of the Fifth Amendment wasn't tailored to anything. It was a predetermined, premeditated design to evade this committee's questions on any subject, including emphatically those for which he has a pardon.
So I just saw Politico. The legal path forward is now very difficult. Rand Paul, has said he would like to skip a vote of the full Senate, which requires 60 votes to end a filibuster and needs Democratic support, and instead just ask the Justice Department to prosecute the longtime civil servant. He's not going to get the 60 votes. They can't even pass the Save America Act.
Well, this is just a committee vote to
Yep. It has, so it's procedural, but it gives you the sense of
where
back and forth and where everybody's going and the political nature of it. I don't know. Do you want one more?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Let's get to this one. I'll do this one as my final one. This is it was a third failed attempt when Senator Rand Paul tries to shut down Peters, who you heard. So let's get to this one. It's Fauci clip 6.
Well, let me finish. Is that
I've let you go on, and we're gonna get to the votes.
Well, I understand that, but I don't remember ever cutting you off when you were ranking member, and I've always respected your rights, and I'll continue to respect your rights. I would just hope that you would offer that same courtesy to us. Because things do change and precedent is important. And I would urge my colleagues to table this resolution until we have a chance to look at the information, as has been the practice of this committee for as long as this committee has been in existence.
For the record, Anthony Fauci refused a voluntary private deposition, and that's why he was brought in under subpoena.
Because it was going to be one-sided.
Don't interrupt the chair. Don't interrupt the chair.
Uh-oh.
With regard to access to records.
This is me and Dawn.
Yeah.
Speak to the hand. Don't interrupt the chair.
I'm sorry.
To the hand.
Sorry.
Hey, for what it's worth, Peter Navarro went to prison for contempt of Congress.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly right. I think Steve Bannon did.
Yeah. So, I mean, different stories, different parties, different situations, but
the problem is that all these guys are making all these speeches, and I don't care if it's Peters or Hawley or any of them, and they're riling up the base, and they're going to fundraise off of it, and they're going to all their constituents will be like, yeah, my guy stuck up for me. I'm gonna contribute to his campaign, or I'm gonna vote. It's all, nothing's gonna happen. The American people lose, as Dawn said at 6:30 this morning. The American people are getting played as usual, and this is what happens. Again, we get no answers on any of these life-changing events that happened here 6 years ago, and we get a bunch of politicians who are grandstanding.
Yeah.
Okay, so big three as we continue. Big debates over big data centers. I have a lot on this. 2 different meetings last night. Residents of Vineland, New Jersey, and on the Pennsylvania side, where I'll begin, Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, both taking action to push back on these proposed data centers. In a moment, you'll hear a full report on New Jersey. But first, I'm going to begin on the PA side because I've been reporting more on this in Truth. And in this one, this is the case of, it's Montgomery County. And we thought, many community members thought maybe this was over. What's this about? It's the Plymouth Township battling with developer Brian O'Neill at odds, as I've been reporting to you, over that Conshohocken data center.
I know, Brian.
This is a key zoning hearing, and the fight over this proposed data center. So near Conchi, if you will.
Yeah, where is that? That Plymouth Township. Do we know where that building is?
This is a huge. It's like 60 plus acres.
Yep.
So here's the thing: Plymouth Township officials, the developer Brian O'Neill, they're trading in this war of words in public statements, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the old former Cleveland Cliffs steel mill, 900 Conshohocken Road is the exact address.
Yep.
It's actually a proposed 2 million square foot data center.
Yeah.
And there are 10 existing buildings, but then they would build onto that 66-acre site, like I say.
It's not too far
right along the Schuylkill River by the Tees Golf Center.
Tees Golf Center, the driving range. Yes,
exactly.
I know this. Yes, this is too close for comfort for me.
So that's huge sports complex.
Yep.
Tees Golf Center. But it's 66 acres, so this is huge. So I told you within the last 2 weeks, 10 days, that Plymouth Township had given the developer O'Neill this 43-point list of conditions: buffers, water use, power, mechanical, electrical equipment, 500 feet of residential property line, etc. And so they claimed that he rejected all of those conditions. He says he did not. He says that is a lie. That is not true. He did not reject any of this. And so they've really been arguing back and forth. I'll point out to you that he has said, O'Neill, the developer, has said, look, this is a $21 million, this would bring in $21 million projected annual local tax revenue. And what was his total? I mean, the total over 20 years was $424 million, according to my notes. Now, they've said, well, we want an independent fiscal impact study here. You're claiming all of this, the back and forth. And so they've said they're going to reject this. He says he has a contract. And this, to me, if I'm looking at this, looks like this is headed for court. This is a huge battle. So I just wanted to update you as far as that one goes.
I know we're talking about a lot of things falling on party lines, but doesn't this feel like, and maybe I'm reading the situation wrong, there's bipartisan support opposing these things? Would you agree?
Well, guys,
No, I'll get to your cut sheet, Greg Stocker.
Okay. Jeez, I didn't realize.
Wow, she's like, whoa.
I know where you're going.
Okay.
I got this covered, baby.
All right.
So, but
just
first,
sit back and enjoy the ride, Greg.
Yeah, just sit back and
That's right, tell
take
Dawn.
it.
Take it, baby.
This is Fox. We'll get to President Trump's little clip, which Greg is like, I did what did Trump say on my
no, it's true. It
is.
The president and Hassett both say, strap in and like it.
That's right.
Strap it on and
Which
like
is
it.
what I'm saying. Strap it on and like it. My big three. Here it is.
Sorry.
No, we have a whole thing. So let's first get to Fox 29's Jill Croce speaking with Vineland residents after this packed meeting.
I am a lifelong resident of Vineland, and I have never had any concerns about how our city was run. This whole situation and the lack of transparency surrounding it has me very concerned.
It was a packed house tonight at Landis Theater to learn the fate of the existing AI data center being built along South Lincoln Avenue and its proposed expansion. Residents started arriving an hour before the start, including Helen Petritis, who brought 2,900 signatures of people opposed to the center.
No one wants to live here anymore around the data center. They just, it's become a joke in the neighborhood. We're here until we die because no one will buy our houses.
A second amendment was filed in March of this year concerning the Nebius and Data One data center plan. An amendment to the Second Amendment plan was brought forth in July and discussed tonight with attorneys and expert witnesses in order to move ahead.
Like the applicant has done what the applicant has been required to do as far as notice and talking with the public. But that being said, obviously, transparency can always be better.
Phase 1 nearing completion is the 129,622 square foot building that residents see now. Phase 2 concerns construction for a 587,980 square foot 2-story AI data center building expansion to the one from Phase 1, 4 ground-mounted Bloom Power areas, 3 2-story platform Bloom Power areas, a chiller building, a liquefied natural gas tank, and infrastructure and more.
Where is this in Vineland? Like is it in a residential area, or is it because somebody on the YouTube chat?
Industrial complex.
Somebody on the YouTube chat is like, if you're turning an old steel mill where there's not any houses around into a data center, like what's the problem, right?
Well, but we've
hear it.
I mean, some of these folks remember the humming.
Yeah.
So these people are saying that the reason they fear that their housing values are dropping is because it's close enough that you have this constant hum.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
And so
that.
There. Now they deny it.
That house doesn't look like it's, visibly near the data center.
Yeah, if you're not watching YouTube.
But you can hear it.
You can listen to that.
It sounds like a helicopter's hovering over your house.
Yeah, that's somebody's
backyard, which you're looking at a deck and a bunch of trees. You can't. It's not like it's right there.
I mean, I live less than 4 miles from this.
Yeah, so you.
I don't know if I'll be able to hear it, but
So the thing about it is, on the Pennsylvania side, I know a lot of them are going to these specific zoning districts, and I know Plymouth currently has at least some of those on the books. Several other on the Pennsylvania side. Municipalities have scaled back or even stopped the data center proposals recently, including East Vincent and East Whiteland. Since in the New Jersey report, you heard about petitions. The Plymouth project has drawn nearly 4,000 signatures, to my knowledge, and they're worried about noise, water, like all these different things.
Well, Richard in Walla Walla, Washington, on the YouTube chat says they were okay living with a steel mill, though. I mean, that is true. You know what I mean? Like, you're okay with living by a steel mill, but a data center is...
Well, how long ago was that steel mill
I get it,
back in the day?
But there were people living
but it was
around there
more
at that
rural.
point. Yeah,
I mean, think about it. I mean,
why do we need physical...
all of where you live in Bluebell, God, if only, I knew. Like, when I drive out of the Chestnut Hill area... And I wish to God I just bought up land.
Right.
Because look at all the housing that exists now. It's crowded and all of that. But think about between like Chestnut Hill College and then drive to Plymouth Meeting and then drive from Plymouth Meeting like to Lansdale.
Yep.
Think about all that was rural.
Yep.
Well,
so now you have huge developments.
I'm admittedly coming at this from a place of not being educated on exactly what they're storing, but obviously they're storing data. But do they need a physical property that big? Why can't this be stored in something that's, I don't want to call it virtual, but like whatever happened to the cloud?
Well, the cloud
is full.
The cloud is a building in North Carolina. Our cloud is a building in North Carolina.
It's not actually a cloud, Nick.
It's not.
I know. But isn't there a place where we could store this stuff where there's no environmental impact, no disruption in quality of life?
I mean,
no devaluing your property.
The internet cables, that control the world's internet, are in the ocean. They're underwater. So
that's Jaws' problem.
What I'm saying is that, like, yes, everybody's like, oh, all the streaming, it's free. No, it's not. It's like it has to be stored from somewhere.
That's right.
Yeah.
So let's get to, and this is from Pilfered from Greg Stocker's cut sheet.
Yes.
This is Greg Stocker. So what does President Trump have to? What do Republicans and President Trump and this administration? Here is clip 7.
To the grid, so we're getting more and more electric. Costs us nothing. I think any community that turns down AI is making a big mistake because your taxes are going to go way down. If you own a house, it's going to be more valuable. It's a tremendous thing, and I see it. It's almost like there's a campaign against data centers. But data centers, if you look at the stats, everything's good around them. Now, the thing they should look at is blue states and blue cities. Cities run by Democrats.
All right, then we'll put one next to Mar-a-Lago. How about that?
Because they're a disaster. But when you turn down data centers, and within this country, when they get turned down, there's other communities that want them desperately.
Great.
I think a lot of his base is going to disagree with what he just said there.
We'll put 2 next to Mar-a-Lago. How about that there, buddy? How about that? If they're so wonderful for people's community, we'll put 2 right there next to Mar-a-Lago.
What do they do from an economic impact to the community that houses them?
Well, I think I have an answer for you. I'd searched for, because we talk about this and I've covered it a lot, but I searched for different types of consumer experts or those who've worked on these projects and so on. So I found this Ohio resident who's Melvin Estricht, and he's an industry expert. I know that he's in Ohio, but he has a great, very specific, constructive piece of advice to people as we go through this, the best that I could find. And so I put this in here because I think it raises the issue of we just have to be smart. In other words, all of the above could be true, that we need these. We all agree that we have AI. We need these data centers, perhaps. But how do we make sure that it works for every community, that you're fully informed, that you ask the right questions, but as well that it delivers on what it says it's going to deliver, to your point about the steel mill. And so let's get to this clip, because I think that he offers a very constructive piece of advice to every community.
We see whether or not there are 200 jobs to even be had, and by the time we get to a point where we know whether or not there will be any taxes paid after the abatements expire, the people that sign the contracts won't even exist anymore in terms of corporations. We don't even know if this industry will exist. When there's a minute, can you just go like this? I'm looking right at you. And so what we need to do is figure out a way to do a registered capital bond that is required statewide, that's a collaborative between the state, the county, and whatever municipality is hosting these, where if you're going to tell us there are 200 jobs, what are those salaries total times 10 for 10 years? That money goes in a bond on day one. That way, if you collapse, at least the community and those municipalities have some form of capital to repair the blight that is left behind when this industry either collapses or shrinks the way all speculative bubbles do.
And what is this going to do for the everyday citizens' utility bills? Why do we have to pay the increase? Let these companies pay it. We don't want them there in the first place. And then you're going to tax us more for it and charge us more? Because they're going to have to draw the power from somewhere, right?
Right. And so people just eyes wide open, right? Full information. So in other words, on this issue, you should know what you're getting. It should be properly zoned. And I think there's just the unknown. Like, I don't know. I mean, we were kidding about the cloud, but I think a lot of people need to be just educated on all of these issues. And so, I think people need to know what this is, properly zone for it, properly prepare. And then if there's a promise for the $21 million, then okay. Then that is your bond. You're guaranteeing it. Mm-hmm. It's essentially making them take out insurance, essentially, so that we started out at 6 o'clock or whenever that was. We talked about hedging bets. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's guarantee a community that you're going to bring in $21 million a year, or 200 jobs, or whatever that looks like.
Yeah, I'm looking at something from Penn State right here about the massive power demand, the infrastructure upgrades that'll be required. And then the wholesale price spikes. Yeah. And surging regional demand is going to drive up the price.
So, I mean, I'll continue to look for that and figure out. And yes, it becomes political, but I think there's a sweet spot in here where at least communities should have the insurance policy.
Sure.
So let's get to, I'll move on. Pride, Prejudice, and Policing. This is 6ABC's Maggie Kent. This is her reporting on the meeting that I referenced in our 6 a.m. news. And this is our highly respected, I will say, Police Commissioner Bethel. And he's in the hot seat here. They wanted an apology because they said that police were wrong, among other things, wearing masks at the Pride, after the Pride parade and festivities earlier this summer. Here is 6ABC's Maggie Kent with a terrific piece on this.
They were harassed. They were traumatized. This was not about protection. You had 150 officers there by your own testimony. That is a significant amount of officers.
So but I disagree with you. And because I tell you what, then do you want police there at all? Because that's the question then, right? Is policing there at all?
At times heated, the hearing in City Council chambers today lasered in focus at this year's Pride's festivities and the police response. The parade officially hosted on the Parkway this year, but people also gathered in the neighborhood, and that's where officers and the crowd collided. More than a dozen people were arrested. Some interactions got physical.
You put motorcycles on the sidewalk with barricades when there were too many humans on there, and you knew it, and you did it anyway. You brought horses into areas to terrify people.
Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel addressed some of the tactics used, including some officers wearing masks against orders.
I can tell you I have absolutely no idea why my officers were wearing masks on that day. That is not acceptable.
The commissioner says groups of young people fighting sparked that response and says they will train officers working Pride in the history of Pride and policing. LGBTQ plus advocates say this approach to the community is year-round.
When similar behavior receives different policing response depending on who is gathered outside, the issue is no longer public safety. The issue is unequal enforcement.
So again, I go back to the question I had earlier. Who is clashing here with the LGBTQ plus community? People that are against those individuals? Or is this just police and the members of this community? Because like, if you're telling me that there was somebody there that's anti-Pride, well then, okay, police has to get involved and ensure those that are celebrating Pride are not attacked. But again, I go back to, now it looks like from that clip that there was an order not to wear masks. Bethel, I think,
yeah, because remember the ICE legislation?
Right.
They ordered them.
Well, then, you know what then? If Bethel put the order out saying, or there's an established protocol, no masks, and they go to masks, well, then they have to be dealt with. It doesn't seem like Bethel is defending the officers that broke protocol, at least not in that little fiery clip there.
Yeah, he's acknowledging it. I just think that what they're doing, look, what they're doing here is, I think, vilifying police officers it was a pretty rough crowd, and he did show video. They were showing their video. It just sounds like what happened on the Parkway with the parade it went off just fine. And then Nick, as the sun sets, you have people drinking, the dayside crowd goes home, and the night side crowd, just
nothing good happens at 2 a.m. Gotcha. Okay.
So I think that's a piece. I think it's, to me, I understand you want to have different meetings. What he suggested is you do 2 different events next year and do one on the Parkway, do your dayside parade, and then do a different one because it's the cost.
Yeah. Well, I also don't want to hear these people, I was terrified because there was horses on the sidewalk. Oh, please. We see people driving with electric scooters up and down the sidewalk. Stop. It's like, I will stand with somebody if they've been truly violated, but don't give me the fear porn stuff. Just stop already.
Yeah. And it's, to your point, I just think in this one, if you think that everybody was there and they were fine and there was no problem, that's ridiculous. Yeah, there were arrests because people were unruly,
It's
and
called
they were
civil ordinances and public intoxication and civil order. Just because it's your day in the neighborhood or whatever, doesn't mean it's Woodstock 77.
So we thought we'd end. Yeah, here we go.
There's Kramer.
Hey, where's your ribbon? Oh, I don't wear the ribbon. You don't wear the ribbon?
It's an all-time clip.
Aren't you against AIDS? Yeah, I'm against AIDS. I mean, I'm walking on it. I just don't wear the ribbon.
Who do you think you are?
Put the ribbon on. Hey, Cedric, Bob, this guy won't wear a ribbon. Who? Who doesn't want to wear the ribbon?
One of the greatest scenes of all time.
But it's true. I mean, and then everything escalates. They all, So in any event, I felt bad for the commissioner. I thought he was a class act, but I loved that he did not apologize.
No, he shouldn't. And
don't apologize.
No, that's right. Don't give in to cancel culture and all that. And by the way, Bethel gave a great speech before we took off for the bike ride.
Yes,
2 Sundays ago.
He did. Yep. Families behind the badge.
Yep.
By all accounts, he's highly respected. I think he's been
knows
wonderful.
And he knows the political sandwich that he's, smushed in between.
Yep.
Between the district attorney, the mayor, and, the anti-law and order stance in this city and what he stands for, as you should be as the chief of police. You should be pro-police. So he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. I think he massages it the professional way.
Yeah.
He handles it. You can tell when he gets disgruntled, but, he doesn't, as my dad would say, he doesn't blow his stack.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. You have to have that demeanor.
Yep.
Because I think, I don't know, most people, I think it would be difficult to not get really aggravated, right?
Yeah. If there's ever a guy that deserves to write a book that's worth reading when they retire, it should be Kevin Bethel. Because he's probably, and if he ever goes off, full blown torch flame-throwing mode,
yes,
might be worth a read.
Well said. Can you imagine Greg Stocker in that job?
No.
He went to a meeting right now. Greg did apologize earlier for with Kyle, but can you imagine that personality?
No.
I'm not going to apologize.
Stocker.
My officers.
No.
Because he would stand up.
He's not equipped to handle that. He would explode by day 3. I would too, actually.
Yeah, I think most of us would. Yep. All right, we thought we'd end on a lighter note. This is a really sweet story that Dan Borowski found. And this is a neighborhood coming together for this 11-year-old boy, Soren, and it's his birthday. He's autistic. And you know what? He loves Halloween. Obviously, it's not Halloween, but what did the community do? Take a look.
Stand back. You might not expect to go trick-or-treating when there are still 4th of July decorations up.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! But it's also not every day that Soren turns 11.
He was so happy. I mean, he was on a mission.
A few weeks ago, this neighborhood in Alabama came together to help Soren enjoy one of his favorite activities on his special day, with 83 different families volunteering.
Cool but we didn't get to them all. We got to 70 houses.
I was going to say, it was going to get tired at some point. It was a long day.
He wasn't tired.
His mom, Leah, says this took months of planning and coordinating.
There you go, Kate.
Good job!
Happy birthday!
She first got the idea because Soren, who has autism, just loves trick-or-treating and would often put on one of his costumes, grab a bucket, and then...
He would say, okay, time to trick or treat. And he would be repeating that over and over.
But what Leah did not expect was for so many of her neighbors to immediately respond to her Facebook post on the community page, and that none of them would take her up on her offer to provide the candy herself.
We got you a whole bag here.
Oh my gosh, thanks guys.
Instead, many families surprised Soren with not only his favorite candy, but also Lego sets and Play-Doh. Not to mention, many of the homes were decorated with happy birthday signs.
We severely underestimated how many bags we needed.
But maybe the best part was that Soren got to meet so many of the other kids in the community, and now neighbors are coming up to him all the time.
My overwhelming feeling was really just relief, because I know he's safe here.
He's safe.
By the way, guys, Leah said...
Proof that Alabama is a great state.
Yeah.
Roll Tide.
Thank you.
I mean,
by the way, 86 days until Halloween.
Oh my gosh!
Get your candy basket.
Is that your favorite? Is that one of your faves?
I like it because we fill up the Yetis with booze and we go out to parents and walk around the neighborhood and drink while my kids work their way towards diabetes. Yeah, fun time.
I love it. Yeah, but how about that? 83. Imagine that 83 households.
Mm-hmm. That takes
decorating,
a lot of coordination.
Wow.
And people willing to get on board with it to help out a kid and make him feel special
on his birthday.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
You only turn 11 once.
That's right, baby. Thank you, Nick Kayal.
You got it.
Thank you, Greg Stock.